Please rise as you are able. I now call this meeting of City Council to order.
We acknowledge that this meeting is taking place on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people. Anishinaabe include the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. We're dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. You may be seated. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our virtual City Council meeting. I would like to remind everybody, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, City Council is continuing to practice physical distancing with members of Council, the Executive Management Team, and City Clerk participating via video conference. Members of the senior leadership team that have items on the agenda are not visible, but available to answer any questions. This is a very brief agenda for Council. There were two matters at General Committee on May 17th that had time sensitivity that couldn't wait the extra week. Of course, normally we would not meet this week with the Victoria Day holiday, but we have a special General Committee tonight, and we have this special Council meeting to deal with those time sensitive matters. So there's only two sections of the General Committee report from the 17th we're dealing with. The balance will be considered at the May 31st Council meeting. Deputy Mayor Ward, I believe you have the motions for those two sections of the committee report. Oh, you're on mute.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the Second General Committee report dated May 17th, 2021 as circulated be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the Second General Committee report dated May 17th, 2021 as circulated be adopted. This is to adopt the 2021 tax rates and the 2021 property tax clawback rates. Any comments or questions on Section C? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of Section C, please indicate. Anyone opposed? None. That carries. Thank you. Section F is the other one.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section F of the Second General Committee report dated May 17th, 2021 is circulated be adopted.
Thank you. It is moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section F of the Second General Committee report dated May 17th, 2021 as circulated be adopted. This is with regards to the 2021 Downtown Barrie Business Association levy. Comments or questions on Section F? Councillor Kungle.
I just wanted to comment to thank staff for their quick turnaround on a report that talked a bit about some next steps. I believe that might have been in the the circulation list or associated, but did see a formal notice around some really great progress, and that I believe in particular a repayment plan would be developed. So my compliments and great discussion on that last time, and good to see that the next steps forward. I have no concerns.
Thanks, Councillor Congo. Any other comments? I just wanted to note, because there was, some coverage of this issue in the media over the last week, and I don't want it to pass that we don't say thank you, because we need to say 100 thank yous to those who donated to Meridian Place. Lost in some of the discussion around this is the fact that, in fact, more money was donated than was even assumed to be part of the fundraising plan. Those of you who recall may remember the target was 1.3 million in fundraising. 1.8 million was donated, and in no small part by Meridian Credit Union themselves. But many other organizations and individuals in Barrie donated, and I don't want it to be lost, or in any way those donations to be affected by discussions of payment schedules or anything else. We hugely appreciate it on behalf of the people of Barrie who now who know how committed those donors are to the community. I do want to say thank you again tonight. So I'll call the question then on the Downtown Barrie Business Association levy, Section F. Those in favor of the report? Are any opposed? None. That carries. We do not have any other business items on tonight's agenda. Inquiries and announcements will be dealt with at the General Committee meeting at 7 o'clock, or at the end of that meeting, which won't be at 7 o'clock. It'll be a lot later. The bylaws, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bills, and these bills be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bills 48, 49, and 50.
Thank you very much. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bills, and these bills be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bills 48, 49, and 50. Comments or questions on the bylaws? Seeing none, those in favor of the bylaws, please indicate. Anybody opposed? None. That carries. And the confirmation bylaw, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, and this bill be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 51.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, and this bill be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 51, the confirmation bylaw. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor of the confirmation bylaw? Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Jim Harris, seconded by Councillor Thompson. We are adjourned at 5:53. General Committee will begin at 7 o'clock. We will see you all online in a little bit.
7.
Evening, everybody. We'll get started in about 30 seconds here. Okay, folks. I will call the General Committee meeting to order. Welcome everyone to our virtual General Committee meeting tonight due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Council General Committee is continuing to practice physical distancing. All members of Council, Executive Management, the City Clerk are participating via video conference. Senior leadership team who have reports on tonight's agenda are not visible, but are available to answer questions tonight. I will run through the consent agenda before we get started with our presentations. For the consent items, I'll read out the title associated with the recommended motion from the staff report and the item for discussion. Members of General Committee can ask the item be held for further discussion. If it's not held, the motion printed on the agenda is deemed to be approved on consent, and the recommendation will go forward to City Council for consideration at our next meeting. So we do have a relatively short list of items on the agenda tonight because a number of them are very complex and significant. So the first staff report is the review of proposed supervised consumption site locations.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Aylwin. Thank you. The second item is the 2022 plan, business plan and budget directions.
Hold, please.
Also held by Councillor Aylwin. We have a confidential personal information matter appointment to the Council Compensation Review Committee. Somebody want to hold that for me? Councillor Kungle, thank you. Items for discussion. We have an item regarding the speed limit on Lakeshore Drive between SIMCOE and Tiffin. It's put on by Councillor Aylwin.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Harvey. And we have an invitation to Dr. Mike Moffat to present to City Council concerning the housing market and dynamics. That one goes on consent. Okay. Everything else is held and will be discussed after the presentations tonight. Members of General Committee, with your permission, I'd like to reverse the order of the presentations. The second presentation is by our own Thierry RAYAISSE, who is presenting about the investment performance of the city. The other presentation is, of course, regarding the supervised consumption site. And what I'd like to do, since I anticipate a lot of questions on that matter, and then immediately move into the debate of the staff report on that matter. So with your permission, we'll ask Mr. RAYAISSE to do his presentation first, seeing no objections, and then to CMHA and the health unit. You'll be up immediately following any questions on the investment presentation. Okay, so with that, I will call Thierry to join the meeting to make the presentation concerning investment management.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman and members of the General Committee.
Thierry, we can hear you, but we can't see you. And I think we're going to screen share the presentation. Okay, I'll just get that up too. There we go.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So the agenda today is pretty short. So we are going to cover the circle investment return for the city And the way this is going to be broken out is going to be looking at Electra investment since 2014 versus the rest of the city's investment portfolio. But before that, we'll look at what we've been doing since we adopted the Prudent Investor Standard and some of the items that are still left to be taken care of. So talking about the Prudent Investor, what it is, the Prudent Investor Standard allows the city to diversify its investment with the objective of reducing risk and improving return. So Council adopted the Prudent Investor Standard in June of 2019 and appointed the Investment Board in January of 2020. Following the adoption of the investment policy in June of last year, as part of its mandate, the board approved the investment plan in November of last year, so paving the way for the actual implementation phase of the Prudent Investor Standard.
Sorry,
Currently,
Terry,
yes?
I hate to interrupt you, but the screen is split between your notes and the other slides. So maybe we can just get that into full presentation mode, because the slides are a little bit small on the slide sharing.
One moment, sorry. Still the same?
No, now it's not sharing at all. There's the risk of pointing something like that out.
Sorry.
Okay, that's got it.
Okay, all right. Sorry about
All right,
sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but please go ahead.
No worries. Again, I was thinking that I was coming second, so sorry if I'm not as ready as I should have been. Okay, so I was saying that currently we are pretty much in the implementation phase, but before that, we need to set up the infrastructure to allow us to trade additional assets, mainly equities. And with the expectation that we'll have the portfolio fully deployed, i.e. have an equity position by the end of next year. Now, the reason why it's going to take this time is because, as you well know, the market right now is pretty, it's pretty high. So, you know, the strategy is basically to easily deploy over time. And we hope that by the end of 2022, we'd have like a full portfolio allocation to equity investment. Now, this next slide shows the full portfolio return, including Electra and the city's investment and the rest of the city's investment. So focusing on the gray bar, it's gonna use. So this gray area basically represents the allocation to the Electra investment, and the top represents the rest of the investment. So, and the yellow line is the return on the total portfolio, i.e. Electra plus the rest of the investment. And if we look at it from an average perspective, since 2014, we've returned about 3.2%. Now, this next slide shows the performance of the Electra investment. And again, the Electra investment is basically composed of the promissory note that we have with Electra, which is represented by the light blue line, and the equity investment. So on average, since 2004, we've returned about 4.5%. Now, of note is that in 2017 is when the actual creation of Electra happened via the merger. So the return of 2017 is somehow, we try to average between the 2 years because due to the merger transaction, if you were to compute based on what happened, it would have a return of about 32% because we had a one-time event, which was an income of about like to $40 to $50 million. So that's kind of skewed the numbers a little bit. So we averaged the 2017 number. Now, Electra has started to pay dividends to the city starting 2017. And on average, we've been collecting about 8.2 million since the last 3 years. And on aggregate, we've collected thus far 29 million in dividend. So in my books, this looks like a pretty good, good return on investment. Okay, now the next slide focuses on the second part of the city investment. So there's a little bit of story to be told here. So prior to 2015, mainly the investment was composed of return on cash investment, i.e. everything was held in the bank. Now, the blue line shows the investment return, the rate of return on cash holding throughout time. In 2015, council decided that probably this trend was not the best way to go forward. And they decided to create the investment management program, so which started in 2016 with the aim of moving away from cash and diversifying the portfolio by adding other type of assets. Now, this was kind of the theme already of the Prudent Investor Standard, which focuses again on diversifying the portfolio. Now, from 2016, we started to move away from cash, add short-term investment. And in 2018, we started to add bonds. Then the Prudent Investor Standard opportunity presented itself when the province actually allowed municipalities to start contemplating the Prudent Investor Standard as a way forward. So the city decided in 2019, as I mentioned earlier, that the Prudent Investor Standard was probably a better way of investing going forward. Hence, the switch in position here. So we started to remain in cash because we know soon we're going to start deploying towards equity portfolio, equity investment. So if we're to basically look at this gap here and say, okay, well, what is the value add since then? Because without the investment management program, we're looking at pretty much a blue line. With the investment program, we created an alpha. Now, if to measure this on aggregate, thus far is about roughly 2.7 million since 2017. So this concludes my very short presentation. Thank you, Mayor Lehman and member of General Committee. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thanks very much. And I should have given a little bit more introduction to Thierry. And I think he's told his own story with typical modesty towards the accomplishment of the team within Mr. Miller's department. But the change in the approach to how the city handles its money has obviously turned out extremely well in terms of the performance of that non-Electra piece of our portfolio. And that is largely due to Thierry and his team more actively managing the city's working capital. And when you actually, if it's, well, I won't try and get you to pull it back up, but we saw in the graphs, it was all blue on the left in 2015 because basically the city just kept all its money in the bank and didn't really make an effort to earn a return on that, even when that amount of money was substantial. But when Mr. RAYAISSE came on board and his team started actively managing that cash, the returns are as described in the presentation. So are there questions for Thierry about his work and that performance? Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Thierry. This is, we saw this at a committee and felt it was really important to bring it to council. And that $2.7 million difference is really says it all. So thank you for your work. I just wanted to highlight one thing, and maybe I'm being optimistic, wondering, I noticed the difference from when you adopted this approach in 2017, about 0.33 or 0.44 percentage, and then 0.3131, and this past year it was 0.92%. So wondering, that's a big difference, and obviously a wonderful improvement over if we'd kept it the same way. Do you see that trend in the improvement being similar, or going back to more traditional in that 0.3, 0.4 range of percentage? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris, and through you, Mayor Lehman. I would definitely say that now past performance are not a reflection of what the future may hold. I'll put that as a disclaimer, but it is, if I can take you back maybe a slide earlier where we showed the Electra investment. I think it is first we shown the power of diversification, right? So starting from cash and adding more assets actually improve the return. Now, if we go back and we look at what we're able to do with Electra, so if we started to add, and Electra has been the highest yielding investment of all those investments that I've shown. So if we start thinking about the impact that we may have by adding, again, an equity position. So it is, without predicting the future, it is one could assume that potentially we'll be able to reduce risk and improve our returns over time. Now, the second thing that I would add to that is that it is the long-term nature of the investment. So if you look at the 2018, when we started to invest in the bond portfolio, so literally we're able to lock in higher returns before rates started to drop. So with that past event, it is still kind of benefiting us, going forward. So these are the two things that I would probably add to.
Great. Thank you. No further questions, Mayor Lehman. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. To the presenter, you were talking about moving forward in the future at investing in equities and things of, I guess, a potentially higher reward. Somebody who invests themselves at home, using some sort of online brokerage, or even somebody who has a representative, an individual, can pick up the phone and say, hey, sell everything, sell it. And there might be a couple hours, maybe a day or two delay. Somebody at home could do it on the spot, and it might be a couple minutes, couple of hours. As the city of Barrie, what if we're moving to a future with more investments in equities, what's kind of the I guess flexibility for us to sell quickly and buy quickly? And so let's say something dramatic happens in a specific sector where we're invested in, and you yourself, staff feel, no, we need to sell now. Like this is gonna be bad. Is that something that staff can just kind of okay it below a certain amount and make that decision? Do you need to go to Mr. Miller, Mr. Prowse, council? I'm wondering what kind of flexibility you guys might have to minimize potential significant decreases in the market.
Thank you, Councillor Morales, and through you, Mayor Lehman. So that's definitely a great question, and which brings me to when I said that currently we are setting up the infrastructure. So one of the things that we're able to achieve during this period is literally to cut the middleman. So looking at the bond investing, we are connected directly to traders on the floor. So we don't go through any middle brokerage. We're going straight to traders. And even among traders, we are very competitive. So we have basically all the main traders on Bay Street, competing for our business. Now with equity, this is kind of what we're doing. Currently, we're going direct to market, but now we don't have a seat on the exchanges, so the banks do, but they do give us this access. So same as you would have your account, your brokerage account, and then you can have live trading. It is exactly the same, and even to a different level because we're using a Bloomberg terminal, and we can see far more than a typical investor would be able to see. So we are definitely well positioned to act quickly.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you for the presentation. And question, I'm not sure if I'm the only one thinking this, maybe Councillor Morales is there any talk about investment in cryptocurrency?
Mr. Rees.
Thank you, Councillor Harris, and through you, Mayor Lehman. It is, I think, just yesterday, Goldman Sachs actually labeled cryptocurrencies as officially a new asset class. Now, I don't think not in the short future. The short answer is that definitely not in the short term. We invest within the parameters set by council and investment policy, right? And then those are very pretty conservative measures. And the foundation of the main architecture of our old program, this is why in terms of benchmark, we have even CMHA present another city against the city of Barrie, because the underlying framework is really the city's cash flow. We want to invest in order to meet the city's need, right? So starting with the bond portfolio and even adding equities, the focus is, it is not just investing in a void, but it's investing to address a specific need, which is, okay, well, how do we earn the most that we can within the time frame set by the city's capital plan and operating needs. So cryptocurrencies, again, once so far, though, that the short answer is no.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Lehman. Are you aware of any cities that are actively discussing this and pursuing? It's obviously a super volatile world, but you know, it's something I think we should at least start the conversation around. I know you take council's direction, but here I am starting the conversation. Is it something that you've heard other cities talk about?
Thank you, Councillor Harris, through you, Mayor Lehman. And no, in the sense that actually city of Barrie, we are really at the front, except for the city of Toronto. I think we are the second city that actually started looking at the prudent investor standard, with the understanding that through diversification, you're able to mitigate risk with the benefit of looking at improving your return. And there's a fundamental point with that. It is prudent investor standard says that you should not look at an investment on its own. You shouldn't look at cryptocurrency and say they're too risky or less risky. That is really not the proper framework to look at it. You look at it from the perspective and saying that if I add cryptocurrency to my current portfolio, what does it do to my portfolio? Does it, one, reduce my risk? Or does it improve my return, maintaining the risk? So it is always looking at the impact of whatever it is that you're looking at, the impact on your current portfolio. So that's really the framework for the prudent investor standard. So with cryptocurrencies, I don't think the only city that I've heard talking about cryptocurrency was maybe, I guess, Innisfail with regard to collecting. I'm not too sure about the details, but there was something with regard to payment system. But currently, it is, I would say, it's not well established as an asset class, i.e. the regulation is not there. It is just last week with the comment from China, we've seen what happened to Bitcoin and the rest of the cryptocurrencies. So once it's more formal, i.e. we have more parameters, we know it's well regulated, then it becomes a viable asset class. And then on the looking at the impact again of cryptocurrencies, if it's makes sense for our portfolio, then we definitely consider it.
That's great. That's a wonderful answer. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, you look like you might want to add something.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just to tag on to what Thierry's saying, and just to reiterate, so everyone knows and everyone watching at home knows, we're not doing day trading here at the City of Barrie. It's council has approved a investment framework that was put together by our Prudent Investment Board. We were very lucky here at the city when we put this together. We weren't sure who we were going to get, but we have some very qualified individuals. So they have put together with Thierry's assistance a very and council has passed it. It balances risk. So it's City of Barrie, it's the public's money. It's not fly by the seat of our pants and let's go buy penny stocks and that sort of thing. It's actually very thought through. And Thierry is currently looking at doing some work and researching as to terms what does the equity portfolio look like. It'll probably most likely be indexing funds and that sort of nature, but it will be very prudently managed, hence the prudent investor tag, which really means reasonable. And it is, as Thierry says, it's matching our cash flow needs for the city over the next few years. And as you know, we have a large capital plan and there's a lot of need for cash. So that impacts sort of the investment strategy as well. And that is, we're really looking short term at this point in time, but as things mature, certainly we'll hopefully develop higher levels of return, but we work with the cash that we have available.
Thank you,
Thanks for
Marilyn.
that.
Yeah. May I just follow up really quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just want to say thank you. I definitely know we're not day trading. And it's good, I guess, for everybody watching to know that as well. But yeah, I was just curious really as to know what kind of conversation was happening around the table with cryptocurrency. So thanks for filling me in on that. That's great.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Thierry or Mr. Millar, I'm just going back to, in the context of your presentation, I revisited the annual report, I think that came through council conversation around April the 7th. And in that, it talked a bit about maturity distribution. And I think we've got 41% of our bond investments are maturing within 12 months of last December 31st, 2020. So coming up to this December, and the balance within 36 months. So in your presentation and the annual report, we also looked at considerations around interest rates. Is there a particular approach that you're taking for those that are coming up to maturity now? And is there, are you forecasting that to be in a potential good time, or likely depending on how interest rates go? Is there anything that could be generally forecasted about whether that's going to put us in a worse position than we expected, still being in the, coming out of a pandemic? So would we change anything about how we are investing those bonds, or would we assume the same practice, or would the board actually take a different approach?
Thank you, Councillor Congo, and through you, Mayor Lehman. So that's a great question. So the investment report, when we present, is at that year end. So it's a point in time. So, and then we just kind of present. Now, the actual flow is more fluid. It's a continuous cycle. So as you have bonds mature, then you reinvest them. So if we were to look at currently, our portfolio is totally different from what is presented in the 2020 investment report. And I can tell you that currently we have way more bonds than we had at year end. Now, since we know that the investment plan was adopted in November, so the first thing that we did was we had the opportunity now to reallocate the bond portfolio, take into account the new investment policy. So everything that we saw in the investment plan is actually under the old regime. So some of the investment that we had there was really done prior. But now with the prudent investor standard, it changes the entire picture of what we can and cannot hold. So those that are maturing will be reinvested, and it's a continuous cycle. So every month we look at the portfolio, any opportunity, we rebalance as we go. So it's really very dynamic in that way.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Just really appreciate. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, if I could add one thing, and again, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Jason Bailey, who's joined the team in 2017, and he's been doing a phenomenal work on the cash flow forecast piece. So that is really it is essential. So we forecast to a very high degree of, as far as we can tell, and we maintain a substantial buffer so that we don't run into any shortfall.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions on the presentation? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you, Thierry, for your work. Yes, when this came to committee, I think all the committee members felt this should be on general committee's agenda, and the public should get a chance to see the presentation as part of one of these meetings, because there is such a good story to tell here. And Barrie has moved from being sort of a maybe far back in the pack in terms of how actively we manage both our investments and our debt to being at the very front of the pack, along with the City of Toronto and a very small number of other Canadian municipalities or Ontario municipalities. So thank you for your work, and thanks for the results, the taxpayer benefits, and to you and your team, and Mr. Miller and his team, thank you for all of your work on this front. Okay, members of General Committee, we'll move on to the second presentation tonight, which is by Dr. Val GRDISA and Dr. Lisa Simon. Val is from the CMHA Simcoe County, and Dr. Simon, of course, from the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit. concerning an update on the proposed supervised consumption site. Councillor Jim Harris, go ahead.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just wanted to note that in accordance with S.5 of the NCIA, I will be declaring a conflict in this matter. And just wanted to note for those who've been tracking this, and many have been tracking this very closely since 2018 and of course 2019 when it came before council. At the time in June of 2019 when this came before council, I had to declare a conflict as well at that time. Now, also since then, my situation related to the applicant and now the applicant and service provider, should this be approved, has changed again. So as I've done each step of the way, I've consulted Ms. Craig, our trade commissioner, to ensure I'm doing the right thing. So in about June of 2020, I was able to take part. My situation had changed. I was able to take part in discussions and conversations and consultations, and I was happy to do that. My situation has changed again and again with Ms. Craig's guidance. I have had to declare conflict, so I will not be taking part in the discussion or the vote in this matter. So I thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, has Councillor Jim Harris's conflict been recorded?
Yes, yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand as well, I think we have a number of other members of the application team who are with us tonight, representatives from CMHA and the SMDHU, and I will just give a shout out because I don't think they're going to be visible on the call, but thank you for being here. We have Meredith Freya, Lynn Cheliak, Sherry Scaney from CMHA, and I believe from the health unit, Dr. Gardner, the medical officer of health, Carolyn Shorman, Kathy Eisner, and of course, Mia Brown. So thank you all for who are attending tonight from the application team. And I will now turn the floor over to you, Dr. Simon and Dr. GRDISA for the presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I will share my screen for the presentation. Okay, are you seeing that in proper mode?
All good.
Great, thanks. Sorry, just play around with the pictures. Okay, so good evening again to Mayor Lehman and members of General Committee. I'm Dr. Lisa Simon, the Associate Medical Officer of Health with SIMCOE Muskoka District Health Unit, and am here in my role with my agency as co-applicant for the SCS application and with the health unit having led the consultation process to date. And I'm accompanied by Dr. Valerie GRDISA, who is the CEO of the Canadian Mental Health Association, Simcoe County, and CMHA is the lead applicant on the SCS and will be the SCS operator. Together, we are very pleased to have this opportunity to present this update to you on the significant progress that has been made since our last application was shared with you in 2019. We do have a lot of information to cover, so we'll provide quite a brief presentation and then leave a lot of time for any questions you may have, including on the additional materials that are in the appendix of the slide deck and the fuller package we've submitted. So our vision for this SCS, which we hope is your vision with us as well, is based on what we know are the potential impacts that an SCS can have, which is to reduce the tragic overdoses and deaths that this city is experiencing, to build compassionate and trusting relationships with people who use drugs, to connect people who use drugs to other services that they may be seeking, to be a good neighbor, including to seek to decrease the drug-related harms currently experienced around 11 Innisfil Street, and to strengthen community by bringing people together for shared solutions to local issues. Since our last presentation to you, many steps have been taken to address feedback both from yourselves and from the community, including the creation of an SCS Site Selection Advisory Committee, which has brought together a diverse group of individuals and organizations who have really dedicated a significant amount of time and given us highly valuable input to contribute to the process that we're sharing with you tonight. And all of this despite the significant energy that we've all needed to dedicate to COVID-19. So with the guidance of the advisory committee, we have reestablished site search boundaries and site search criteria, and have subsequently conducted 2 comprehensive site searches with the support of a local volunteer realtor. We then went on to complete multi-component community consultations in regards to both of the site search outcomes. And finally, as applicants made a decision on a site to bring forward to you tonight. So in terms of the components of the community consultation, the first piece was to score the potential sites in a simple way to identify those we felt were viable options for consultation. We then proceeded with online community surveys, so 2 rounds based on the 2 sets of site searching, for which we had a very strong response rate to both, as you can see, including a good input from people with lived and living experience of substance use. In between the first and second rounds of the surveys, we did have the opportunity for small group discussions with yourselves, which was really valuable in helping us to determine our next steps. And finally, we completed a set of virtual neighborhood consultation sessions facilitated by a consultant agency, for which over 7,700 letters were mailed to addresses nearby the 4 proposed sites to invite individuals to participate in those sessions in addition to other promotions. So the 4 sites that we brought forward for consultation are those that you see on the screen here. And we do feel that they provided a good range of options for the community to consider. Just a couple of notes for clarification. So firstly, although 31 Toronto Street was originally a site option from the first site search, we did end up finding it to be the least viable when compared with the additional site search options, and so it was removed. And also want to ensure clarity around the 11 Innisfil Street address. So in brief, the legal address for that site does remain 80 Bradford Street, Unit 940. And that was how it was listed as a property, and therefore how we originally shared it publicly. However, the property owner, Ararium, subsequently indicated to us that using an Innisfil Street address to refer to that unit in past was clearer, given that the unit is located right on Innisfil Street and the only entrance is facing Innisfil Street. At that time, they had indicated 19 Innisfil Street as the address, which we then used from mid-March until last week, when it was further corrected to us that 11 Innisfil Street was the accurate address, and that would be used going forward. So in terms of what we've learned from the consultations, a lot of rich findings, and really heard a lot of loud benefits and loud concerns for all 4 site locations through the online surveys and the neighborhood sessions, and many overlapping comments across the sites as well. So our decision making needed to consider the nuance and the qualitative aspects of the feedback, and reflecting on our original site selection criteria. Some of the key site distinctions included proximity to potential clients. So for example, 192 Bradford came out from the feedback as being furthest away. In terms of proximity to sensitive land uses, all sites had concerns raised about proximity to residences and or businesses. And so we certainly need to acknowledge that that is inherent in a location that's going to be accessible for clients. It's going to end up being near other people and places. And so we need to do our best to find a site that meets all needs. But with that said, 110 Dunlop Street did come out as having greater concern about impact on downtown businesses and upcoming developments, whereas 192 Bradford had higher concern around impacts on the residential neighborhood. In terms of space available, 11 Sophia Street, concerns were raised around insufficient space. And for building code, 110 Dunlop and 11 Sophia Street both would have needed a change of use application under the built-in code, which would require a little bit of additional time. So based on the findings from the extensive consultation process and further fulsome input and discussion with the Site Selection Advisory Committee, as applicants, we have selected 11 Innisfil Street as the proposed location. We do feel that it presents the best balance between serving clients effectively and ensuring an acceptable fit within the surrounding community. Some key benefits of the site include that it is near to people who would use it while still off the main street. It has wraparound services on site. It has a separate entrance, providing some privacy for clients and potentially less stigmatizing. And it is large enough to accommodate touchdown services on site. And I will turn it over to Dr. GRDISA from here.
Thank you, Dr. Simon, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of General Committee. We're absolutely delighted to be here with our colleagues from the Health Unit to continue to have this dialogue about the site selection and moving forward now on some of the mitigation strategies. So when you think of mitigation strategies, we really are talking about managing risk. And based on the community consultations, feedback, literature, evaluations, meeting with and/or attending other sites across the province and across the nation, we've really been looking at what are those main areas of focus that we need to address. You have a copy of the details within your package, but just to highlight a few things. If you think about community and client safety, what we really are focused on is security measures, so things like lights and cameras, also ensuring that all of the staff are trained so that they can actually support the individuals accessing the services through trauma-informed practice and having mental health first aid and de-escalation techniques. You see the clipboard there, that's symbolizing a code of conduct that will be established for the clients and staff working together to establish a commitment regarding the purpose and ongoing operation of the site. We will definitely have grounds maintenance and community needle sweeps, both bin and needles, just to make sure that we are ensuring that the space is always kept safe for the community. We will obviously work with the City of Barrie to make improvements in the built environment to improve safety for pedestrians. When we think about, having the SEPTED, the crime prevention through environmental design assessment, we've had a preliminary one, and we will have a more in-depth one once and if this site gets approved, and we actually then move forward with a facility design, because really you can't do that SEPTED until you have the facility design to see what those features are. And then obviously we will work with agencies throughout the actual facility and beyond to ensure that we're providing outreach services to potential clients and potentially drawing clients from existing areas within that neighborhood that could actually then have them access our services. And sometimes it might be bringing them into the SES and then linking to other services. Next slide, please. I wanted to just thank for sure Chief Greenwood and her team, because we did actually, after we selected the site, we did move quickly and pivot, and Constable Kira Brooks did actually complete a preliminary SEPTED. And we know that moving forward, and I wanted to actually provide a quote from that preliminary assessment, that, in terms of the condition of approval, it should be clearly articulated that it ensures the Barrie Police Services maintains full ongoing consultation into any and all redevelopment plans to transform the space into the SES use, and also obviously all of the external environment as well. So we're very committed to that and working with our police partners. As well, obviously, it's so important when we think of working with our community and understanding the implications of this type of service, that we immediately establish a neighborhood committee that will be formed of representatives of clients, neighbors, and businesses, so that we ensure that we're all understanding each other's perspectives and addressing any of the issues that might occur. One of the other things that will be important, obviously, is the sweeps, which I've identified already, as well as working and collecting data to demonstrate the impact and value, and to be very visible and transparent about the impact of the service within the community. Next slide, please. Other, mitigation strategies that we really think are essential based on previous SESs and or the input from the community consultations is to ensure that we, increase the knowledge and awareness about the site and its purpose. That would include planned open houses, promotion and information sharing through social media and web platforms. You've all heard of Shelley, and just thinking about ways to continue to share the lived experience and the impact of this type of service to reduce the stigma, as well as actually ensure that we know the impact we're all having together investing in this. The final thing too would be to provide workshops, presentations, learning events, so that everybody in the community is aware of the impact, especially in those early months if and when this is successfully implemented. Next slide, please. In terms of wraparound services, it will be so important. So when we think of these services, it's not just the SCS, it's actually about bringing services to the individuals that are accessing it. So we believe that it provides the opportunity to help people to connect with treatment and social services that can provide positive, lasting change. So as CMHA will be the operator of the site, and we've started that important conversation with our local social and treatment service partners, and we will work together to ensure that the right levels of care and the right services are provided in the right place. So for instance, it could be that we have a particular client that would best benefit from working with the David Budsby Center for placement, or it could be that they're working with our own services and support. So even within CMHA, we have recently secured funding for withdrawal management services, as well as an outreach opioid worker. So we will actually optimize all the services and supports within our agency and across all the partnerships to ensure that our clients are getting the right services and supports in the right place. And one of the things that we've really talked about as we hopefully are moving back to the new normal with the pandemic is we'll also optimize our own safe beds or crisis beds as needed when we have individuals that can't get access to somewhere to sleep, and or give them those hotel vouchers to get somewhere safe to sleep at night. Next slide, please. It's important also to understand the model of care, just for all of us to know, what's going to happen. So the core staff members for the site would be comprised of registered nurses, peer support workers, harm reduction staff, or be a security staff on site during operational hours. And the nurse would obviously conduct the assessments, monitor the clients. The peer support worker would facilitate, access, provide education, potentially escort the person to their next safe place on their journey. And then obviously the harm reduction staff would ensure that, that they're doing the drug checking and providing that necessary counseling and support. So really, when we look at the space and you're seeing the examples of the booths, there would be a natural flow in that space. The space allows for, sort of that entry-level space where someone can come in, they can sit down, they can meet with a counselor, they can make sure that they're in a good space to actually use the substance. They'll get the support there, go through the booth, come back, have that after use assessment and support. And then once deemed stable by the team, and if there's any other services and supports we can link them to, then they would be moving on their way. And we know it's so important in terms of once they exit into the external environment that, they are actually supported to find sort of that next step in their life. And it could be that it's going for a walk, or it could be that we're just ensuring that they're not loitering in the space. And that's something that we felt was so important in this whole work, is that although there's no sense of land uses right in the area, we do know that for individuals and families, for instance, if someone had a home daycare, that they might have concerns about that. So that's why it's so important that we have the community committee to really have those conversations to make sure we have a real good understanding of any of the concerns that the neighbors may have, or the businesses, and to be able to make sure we put strategies in place. Next slide, please. So in terms of our next steps, obviously we're here today and we welcome the conversations about to occur. Depending on what happens today, or if we, then we would move to the next phase around the two applications. And obviously, we would immediately initiate the community engagement process to ensure that we continue to be informed. So I wanted to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the General Committee members for allowing us to present, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Simon and GRDISA. I know you are summarizing 2 years worth of work, site selection work, and planning since this matter was last in front of council. So no 15 or 20-minute presentation is ever going to summarize it. But thank you for covering what you did and touching on many of the issues that I'm sure are on everyone's mind. So with that, I will move to questions from members of General Committee. Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you so much for the presentation. I wanted to mention something quickly, and then I had one question. I really value how much this presentation brings forward the wraparound services. I feel like last time we had letters of support, but what we really needed to know was what are the boots on the ground services that are being offered, and this was really explained really well. My question about one service that's being offered is we call the detox, or the residential withdrawal management services. Have you heard concerns about beds not being available? I'm really happy that I just heard that you were also offering crisis beds. So what is your feedback with respect to detox beds right now?
Well, I think what we have to do is truly look at sort of the full spectrum, because it might not just be detox beds. We can optimize then the withdrawal management services in home, mobile as well. So we have to look at the entire breadth and depth of services and supports and determine where we best support these individuals. So I'm happy to announce, we actually recruited the team, and they're launching on June 1st. So the timing could not be better in terms of being able to either use the outreach counselor to link them with the right service provider and our RVH colleagues, or it could be that we optimize our own beds, or we optimize the in-home program as well. And can I just put a clarity on that? The in-home could be in the hotel. Like, right. If that's what we need to do, it's not in-home as in the resident, it's where they live, or where is the best place for them to receive those services.
Thank you. Can I just follow up, Mayor Lehman? Yes. Yeah, no, I definitely, what jumps out to me is just, it's such a very fulsome report. I know that you have also taken into consideration our feedback individually with respect to certain sites and really implemented it, and went back to the drawing table again and brought forward this last site. 7,700 letters sent to participants for people to participate in the feedback. So I just want to commend you for the change in, it's just so much more thorough. I feel like it explains much better what services are even available through the SCS. And as we know, education is so key with anyone wanting to know what a supervised consumption site is. And really the services is, the consumption site obviously is saving lives as well, but we want the full spectrum of treatment, and this proposal is just, in my opinion, 180 degrees more positive than the last. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Questions for the presenters? Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you so much for that presentation. And thank you for conducting all that public consultation work as well, because that is such an important piece of this whole project. I do have a question specifically about the proposed site itself and the layout. I've had some questions from residents along Innisfil Street, Perry Street, asking why it isn't possible to have the entrance to the facility be on the other side of the building through 80 Bradford Street. So maybe if you could speak to that if possible.
So, Dr. Simon, did you want to go, or did you?
No, I'll let you go ahead. Thanks, Holly.
So in speaking with the property owner and the property manager, at the moment, the exit that would go into the space is not actually available, and they would prefer that we're using the exterior space. But we have had some open conversations about what that might look like, and we've talked about expansion depending on if we have more touchdown space, especially with our withdrawal management or opioid outreach work, if we wanted to provide that. But at the current moment, the current property manager is saying it's not possible, but it's up for discussion. And I wish I could say more, but it's just right now where the door is that would go into the space, it's just not accessible at the moment. So it could be that in the facility design we make it possible. I'm always an optimist.
May I add a comment to that, Mayor Lehman? Thank you. So through you, Mayor Lehman. Yes, just to add a bit to what Dr. GRDISA is saying, I think the one other thought we've had, knowing that it may not be possible to create any kind of inner entrance from the unit into 80 Bradford and out, also looking at where the current external entrance is and how could we best flow traffic to flow clients to the unit to be accessible to clients, but still provide the least disruption to the nearby community. So that's an example of something that we would be looking to talk about shortly with neighbors to try to make some of those decisions, because I know CMHA will really be looking at that in terms of any construction that they do in the outer part of the unit.
That's great. Thank you so much. And following up on that piece about sort of the entrance way and the impact on the surrounding neighborhood, can you speak? I know these details might not be ironed out yet, but can you speak maybe a bit to some of the mitigation strategies around the design of the entrance that you're looking at? Like, are you looking at a fence? What's the vision for that right now?
So, I mean, in early discussions, obviously, it would have to be an accessible entrance. And, at some point, we have to have a second exit anyways to, meet fire code. So really what we will be doing is looking at, based on the existing door, and that's why your earlier question was so important, what's the best place to put that other door, or is it that we're just going to have double doors? We're not sure really exactly, but what we were thinking in early discussions and even in the preliminary SEPTED report is that definitely whatever would be constructed there with the accessibility in mind would be something that's private. So when we're saying private, it's just, it could be that there's a barrier. I know I said, I think in one of the press releases, a fence or a barrier, like we're just something where, someone's not seeing someone walk up the thing. It could be that there's just some type of more privacy screen or barrier, but that will be in the design, as well as if they come out of another exit, that also will provide some privacy too. That's our best approach, and likely one entrance would be full accessibility and one would likely still have stairs.
Thank you. I do have another question. You had mentioned the creation of a site advisory council. So if this does get approval and it's up and running, you'd be engaged with the neighborhood on a regular basis. And I think a lot of neighbors are kind of interested in, if it does get approved, what happens, what sort of accountability mechanisms are in place to ensure that the impact on the neighborhood is mitigated, and that, as you said, this service becomes a good neighbor. So what reporting requirements are required as part of the application to the provincial government for funding? Is there regular reporting through that? Or is this something you're going to be doing voluntarily to the community as an accountability piece?
Happy to speak to that, through you, Mayor Lehman. Thanks for the question, Councillor Allen. So yes, the application does require, if it's approved, that there would be regular reporting back to the Ministry of Health. There's a number of indicators we have to report on: number of clients served, number of overdoses reversed, etc. So all of that would be reported. In addition to the ministry, we would certainly make our reporting public. There are other regions, for example, that even have public dashboards on their website. So I think we'd really have to look at, the frequency of reporting and the format of of reporting, but anything that can be made public, certainly we would seek to share publicly. And we also, I think in the mitigation strategy document, indicated our intention to report back to council, to yourselves on an annual basis, and or as needed, on the status of the site and the work with the local community committee, and make any further considerations at that point. So I would say one level is the ministry, the other level is reporting to council, and the third, as you say, is the community themselves through this community advisory committee, which we're really looking forward to, frankly. I think it's going to be a great channel. We have had a great deal of success with the site selection advisory committee that we struck, and it was hard work for everyone involved because we brought together a lot of really diverse perspectives, and it wasn't day one that we kind of meshed into a positive direction, but we did over time. And I think everyone there, even though perspectives are still diverse, really feel that we've all contributed to a positive direction and to getting to better understand each other. And so while, the neighborhood committee is different, it also is going to have similar elements, I anticipate. And so as soon as this week, we in fact are looking to reach out to some of the neighbors that we've just started to hear from over the past couple of days, including, as Dr. GRDISA mentioned, there's an individual who runs a home daycare we understand right across the street, and we understand that she feels concerned about that. There is another resident further down the street who's talked with a number of residents and really wants to have a dialogue with us, and that's the dialogue we want to have. So perhaps those individuals might participate on this committee and certainly hold some accountability.
Thank you so much for that answer. And thank you for noting the presence of the home daycare as well, because that was going to be my follow-up question, whether you were aware of that or not. It's my understanding it's not a licensed daycare facility, so it wouldn't have come up during your search. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman. So the ministry outlines certain sensitive land uses that they're particularly attuned to, and one of those is licensed childcare centers. So there's a difference between a childcare center and a home-based childcare. And the premise across the street from the unit, from what we understand, is a home-based childcare. I don't know enough about it yet to know if it's licensed or unlicensed. Either way, it's legal and we're interested in it, right? And it's the kind of place, therefore, that can have 5 or 6 children at any one time. And so again, not part of the ministry's requirements, not part of the search that the city staff would have done for us when looking for those specific sensitive land uses, but the kind of thing that comes to light as we would anticipate through the community conversation that we need to have as we work to plan together.
That's great. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your comments too about the work of the Site Selection Advisory Committee, bringing different perspectives together. I think we saw huge success with that. We had one of the advocacy groups who opposed the last application has now endorsed some sites. So I think it's exciting to see that people can really bridge that divide and work together to create the best scenario for everyone involved. And from talking to people in the neighborhood, I think there's a willingness to participate in a meaningful way, no matter what happens. So I'm looking forward to that process. And thank you so much. Those are my questions for now.
Thanks, Councillor Owen. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you for the presentation. I just had a couple of questions. One is, would you be willing to have the mitigating strategies built into a site plan, which is one of the alternatives? You've had a chance to see the staff report, but it's one of the alternatives available. Do you have any objections to that?
I can begin through you, Mayor Lehman. I would then look to Dr. GRDISA as the site operator, but I think both organizations are committed to the mitigation strategies and would be more than comfortable for those to be built into a site plan or whatever else that council may be looking for from us.
Okay, I see them nodding. The other thing is on the initial scoring of site options by site selection criteria. This is the only site that the landlord hasn't guaranteed to keep it available until the funding comes through. Does that concern you at all?
Mr. Mayor.
And if I can answer another question, if it isn't available in several months, would you automatically go to one or the other? Or would you start the process over again?
So we've had a discussion with the property owner, and we have talked about like right to first refusal and a process and time frame and how that would look. As well as actually we've had some generous community members also suggest, and that they would support through donations and fundraising if we had to go to that, because we can't necessarily use our operating funds to pay rent if we don't actually have a program up and running there. So we've been thinking about lots of solutions to be able to continue to secure that space as we wait for approvals.
Okay, second part of the question was, if the worst happens and you don't get it, do you automatically go to one of the other sites, or would you start the process again?
So, I mean, I can start, you're saying as in today, or if we didn't get it today, or it was never?
No, in 3 months, you get your funding and the landlord's rented it to somebody else.
Oh, well, it would have to be more than 3 months, because we're talking a 4-month time frame right now where
Whatever,
they'd actually give us up to 4 months. I think we would do everything possible to actually be able to cover the period between the approvals to the operations. That we would do everything possible, whether it be using donations. We would work really hard, and or getting special approvals to potentially operate some of our other services in that space. The issue is the space isn't ready for too much yet. It needs a full redo. And
I know this is the site you've chosen, but in that 80 Bradford Street, were there any other ones that you looked at? Or would you be interested in if they became available?
Sorry, you mean units within 80 Bradford, Deputy
Yes,
Mayor
yeah,
Ward?
yes.
Okay.
That conversation, sorry, has never come up, and not the year I've been involved. Dr. Simon, I don't know previously, or?
Sure, through you, Mayor Lehman. I think the answer is no. We have not been offered any other units in that building. We have had conversations, several times over the years with the landlord, and certainly he's always been very sensitive to the issue, concerned about the issue, and supportive of an SCS as a way to help address it. But this was the first time there was a specific unit in that building that was available for the purpose of the SCS.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Councillor Harvey, and then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now that we've just recently learned about this daycare across the street from your chosen location, how does that impact your ranking of these four locations?
Again, through you, Mayor Lehman. Thanks for the question. So we didn't do a formal numerical ranking at the end. I mean, we did an initial very crude scoring at the beginning to help us just get a sense of whether or not the property was viable enough to go forward for consultation. And then in the end, as I presented briefly on, our decision, between the 4 sites was really a qualitative one, because nothing comes at you, loudly enough to quantify it. It's just not that straightforward. So what would I say about the home daycare? It's a consideration for sure. But as I said, every one of the sites, even from the broad community consultations that we did, they all have uses around them that the community is concerned about in one way or another. And if we had chosen another site, we would be hearing concerns, from other organizations nearby to the other site that we weren't previously aware of. So I think, unfortunately, as I said, it is part and parcel of finding a site that is close to people who use drugs. It's going to be close to other people and other land uses as well. And so instead of feeling that makes it a non-option, I think to us, it makes it a use that we really have to work with those individuals and see how we can best make these uses compatible. So no, it does not change the fact that this is our top choice of location. And in fact, I would say for a home childcare, as I said, there might be 5 or 6 children at maximum there at any one time. Not sure it's that dissimilar from a street that has children, within homes, which is something that we're already attuned to, right? Residential areas, period. So, and then there's businesses nearby there and every other site as well. So all that to say, no, it doesn't change the fact that this is our preferred site, but it is a use that we need to be aware of and work with.
And in examining other SCSs that are already in existence, whether it's here in Ontario or elsewhere in the country, are there other SCSs that have been successful in residential areas? Because it definitely appears that all 4 locations that are being considered are either literally across the street or extremely close proximity to residential homes.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, I can begin to answer. I'm not sure I have enough of a sense of how residential the different SESs are in different communities, but given that there are at least 16 funded SESs across Ontario, they are undoubtedly in a wide range of communities, and they are undoubtedly creating a whole lot of benefit. And I'm sure some of them are causing questions as well, right? As we know, it's not a straightforward service, and we don't want to sugarcoat it. It's something that we think is going to add huge value to the clients, and we do believe it's going to add value to the local community if we work together to reduce drug-related harms. So certainly there are others, and I think of Ottawa as one example that comes to mind, where at least one of their sites is in a more residential area, and there's been a lot of residential conversation. And others would have had other nearby uses where they've really had to have those conversations and work through. So I think that that is par for the course. That is the challenge of the SCS conversation, is finding a site, because there isn't a perfect one. But again, we do feel that this is the best site we're going to find to balance the needs both of clients and of the surrounding community, recognizing it's not surrounded by residential area, but there is some residential area nearby, and we certainly have respect and empathy for that.
Okay, and just going off of slide 19, where you have a chart that talks about the percentages of responses in relation to people that voice no concerns and no benefits. So if you go down the no concerns, it looks like anywhere between 25 and 35% voice that they had no concerns. So that would mean between 65 and 75% did voice concerns. Can you advise committee what the main concerns were that were being voiced by that 65 to 75% were?
Sure. So they are summarized in the report, which I could pull up if you wanted, but they are things like issues of safety, impacts on property value, impacts on business, those kinds of things. That really came from the options that were provided when the survey was completed. And then in the end, we were able to quantitatively summarize which were the options that were most frequently selected. So that's what that refers to.
Yeah, no, I actually asked that question more so for the public's benefit, that probably didn't take the time to go through all the reports. So that way they kind of have a little more fulsome idea of the discussion that we're having here this evening. I just have one more question, and then I'll close out. And I know we've already had this discussion leading up to tonight anyway, but I think it's important for the public to hear this. Now, as part of the application, does it include an application to Health Canada in regards to a Controlled Drugs and Substances Act exemption under Section 56(1), which will then allow the staff within the SCS, no matter which location it does get finalized, to have the ability to be able to test drugs and to be able to handle drugs without any criminal sanctions?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman. Yes, so that is an essential part of the application for a supervised consumption site, is the Section 56.1 exemption under the Controlled Drug Substances Act, as you say. That is actually what allows us to operate the supervised consumption site and enable people to come in and use their previously obtained substances at the site. And in addition, that's what would enable the drug checking service to happen on site. That's correct, which is a service that we are hoping to be able to offer.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you to both doctors for the presentation and the continued work. Dr. GRDISA, I appreciate that you mentioned the community partners who have offered to bridge the funding. I think that shows this process is light years ahead, considering some of those individuals were the ones opposed before. So I think that's a token to the process and on how much more community engagement has occurred. So I have a couple questions. Could you please explain what you envision the code of conduct that you said? Now, it's for staff and for patrons using the service. Now, if behavior gets unworthy, and would you then ban, or would it be more of an education? Like, how do you envision that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Thompson. So it's a great question. So usually when you think of any type of process where clients and staff are sort of co-creating their way of working together, it's based on kind of, you know, values and beliefs and expectations, roles and responsibilities. So really it would be a co-creation process. And we already have clients that use substances within the advisory committee, and I'm assuming they'll join the engagement committee. And it really will be based on thinking about, you know, what's okay in terms of, you know, when you're feeling maybe that individual's been having a bad day and they're a little bit agitated. So what do we need to do to support each other so that, you know, those issues that you're facing are maybe not being, you know, you're not acting out in a way where you're angry at staff. And I'm trying to explain it in a way that really it's almost like an agreement to, you know, work together to get through those difficult situations, but then commitments to each other, you know, around respect, trust, confidentiality, privacy, you know, compassion, those things that we need to do to support each other through these tough times.
Perfect. Just another question, Mayor Lehman. With this space and with the number of overdose deaths due to inhalation of drugs, I understand that there's very few inhalation facilities in Ontario. Is there any opportunity to have a supervised tent with outside, away from the street, as a supervised inhalation component to this site? Does this allow for the expansion for that, as the numbers are getting a little bit you know, out of control in that form of drug use?
I'm happy to begin, if I may, through you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, thanks for the question. It's a really important one, actually, and one that we are wanting to have more conversation on ourselves, because really we are seeing an increase in inhalation as both as a form of drug use and injection drug use actually on the decline, and also as a form of use that has led to some of the fatal overdoses that we've had within SIMCOE and Muskoka last year. So it is a very relevant question for us. The challenge is that given the Smoke-Free Ontario Act, which in all other regards, of course, you know, we have great respect for and enforce, you can't smoke inside. So that raises the question of how to accommodate this important, you know, form of drug use to be able to reduce harms of it. So we will continue to have the conversation ourselves and seek input from other sites across Ontario as to if they've been able to put in ways to make that work, such as what you suggested. I think that would be a part of a bit of a longer term conversation, I imagine. And another example of something that would certainly need to involve any community advisory committee that we struck. But it is a question that we need to look at to see what can we do to help address those harms. Dr. GRDISA may have something to add, but. Or not.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting in case Dr. Felger had to add something. I didn't want to interrupt. I apologize. One question also with, actually, I just lost my train of thought there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to come back. I was just, oh, actually, I do know. Sorry. With the suggested of the reporting back to council, I agree with that. And I actually think, you know, seeking council's endorsement, I think that on an ongoing basis, on a year by year, as we are accountable to our residents, and I would like to see an opportunity where council would endorse and raise concerns on a yearly basis if this is approved and funding is available for the service. Because the ones in Ontario that have failed due to poor management. And I truly believe that, even speaking with my colleagues and neighborhood partners, I think the confidence in the partnership today is head and shoulders of where it was. And I do appreciate that. You know, like, it was easy to blame council on the delays, but I think today we're in a better place with community engagement. And, you know, if we actually want to, this could have been done in 2017, before the endorsement of council. So I do appreciate all the hard work and public engagement that you guys have put forward with the advisory committee. So I appreciate it and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. And next I have Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have so many comments around just the exceptional work and dedication of all those involved. So I'll keep that part short to say thank you. And my question, though, is what I found really lovely about the information you were bringing back was identifying that you have heard directly from individuals with lived experience. And so I wanted to ask the question if there was anything either of you would like to share about what you heard that might help to identify their perceptions of this becoming an available resource and service.
Through you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Kungle. I mean, I would just say, in speaking with a particular parent that comes to mind, it's what I've more heard is when these services aren't available and the gaps in service, and sometimes maybe, you know, at the end of the day, you know, none of us can ever even contemplate the loss of life to an opioid overdose with one of our loved ones. So I think what, you know, the families I've spoken to with just what they're hoping for is that the right level of service and support is available to their loved one, and that we all remember that each and every one of these individuals could be someone in our small network of loved ones. And I think that's the thing, is you hear those stories of individuals and suffering and a journey that gets them to opioid use, that any one of us could be on that journey if we went down, you know, a certain path in our lives where it's not always we're in control of. So I just want to emphasize that I think, and I want to go back to what you know, Dr. Simon said, the richness of having the consumer survivors or those with lived experience in the advisory or informing the community consultations has been wonderful, but equally wonderful, you know, I've enjoyed every aspect of my communications with the BIA, because they actually have really pushed, you know, my thinking, because I'm that empathetic clinician. I'm trying to really, you know, respond to the needs of families, but, you know, we have to think about economic development in the city too. So I just want to say that I think that even in my conversations with the leadership in the BIA, in my mind, you know, they've been equally empathetic to the needs of the individuals and what they've suffered through in the conversations I've been part of. And I did want to thank them for that.
May I add one comment to that as well, please? Through you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, thanks for the question. That's a thought-provoking one. I think as I think back on it, and I would say, you know, we've tried in various ways to engage people with lived and living experience. And in the earlier days, there were individuals who were participating on the advisory committee, but then once the pandemic took hold, unfortunately, they weren't able to do so anymore. So we have lost that perspective recently, that we have very strong engagement of organizations that are on the front lines and provide us with amazing insights that the rest of us who are not on the ground just don't naturally have, right? So it's so appreciated. But when I think back to some of the comments that were made in those earlier days, a lot of it really, I think two things come to mind. One is to make sure that the site is accessible, that it is somewhere where people are and that they're going to use it. And two, more than anything, that it's urgent, right? This is an urgent situation that we need to address now. And so while there is certainly an understanding of and a respect for due process, there was also a feeling of, let's move on with this. We need this site. You know, my friends are dying now, and not that this single site, that anybody believes this is the panacea to the opioid crisis, but we all do believe it's going to make a substantial contribution, and it's a service that we need now. And I think I heard that underscored the most clearly and the most genuinely from people who themselves have lived experience and who in most cases have lost someone close to them. So that's I think what sticks the most with me.
Thank you for sharing. I guess my only follow-up question would be, is there anything else that you think would be good for all of council or those watching tonight to hear tied to urgency? I have the privilege of sitting on the health unit board, and I know there's been, I think, some provincial reports coming out as well, but I didn't know if there was anything you wanted to add, although we weren't getting into the data and we've seen those numbers and that's been reported, but tied to urgency, anything that you'd want to comment on with respects to the need for this type of resource as part of that continuum of other services that are being provided.
I can begin through you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you. I think, one of the things, of course, at the health unit that we can point to is numbers. I mean, I think the most important thing to start with is people, is where we know of people and real life stories. And those are often told by others. Those are told by families themselves. Those are told through the media. And those are the important starting point. And we've had several very tragic ones recently in Barrie that I'm sure, all are familiar with. And then when that gets summarized and rolled up and we look at what's happened over the past several years, Barrie had seen a stabilization at a very high level of opioid-related deaths from 2007. The first jump was 2017, and we kind of stayed similar to 2019 at this high and completely unacceptable level. And it then jumped further in 2020 due to the impacts of the pandemic. And we're seeing that, of course, not just here, but elsewhere as well. But the rates here in Barrie from January to September of 2020, which is the most recent data that we have, the rate of deaths is twice what it was in 2019. And 47 individuals lost their lives in Barrie during that time due to drug-related overdoses. So we know that this problem continues unabated. We know it's complicated and requires a number of solutions, but we also know we've got a lot of good stuff in place already in our community. But one thing that we don't have in place is an SCS. So that's one piece of the puzzle that's missing. And so, of course, we all want to see it in place sooner than later.
Thank you both. I have no further questions.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Councillor Riepma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for that presentation. I think it represents 2 years of really hard work on your part, and I think all of us appreciate that. I only have one question. Most of my questions were answered, but the one question that I have is that you are going to be a tenant here. You're going to rent this space, so you're not the landowner. Do you know at this point what the length of your lease is going to be? Do you have a sense of that? Have you discussed that at all, or is that still up in the air?
Through Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councillor Riepma. So at this point, it would be an annual lease. So there would, like you said, there would be some capital investments to get the space up and running. And then it would be annual with opportunity to renew. And obviously that's based on funding.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Riepma. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and I just want to recognize Dr. GRDISA for her comments about her perspective being influenced in a positive manner by the BIA stakeholders. I think that's exactly what we wanted to see from this process from the get-go: constructive feedback, constructive collaboration, to make the application what it should be, and not divisive. So I definitely thank you for that, Doctor, and that's exactly the attitude all organizations and all files should have. Now, a question as a follow-up to Councillor Thompson. He made a point about could we possibly on a yearly basis endorse or not endorse the site as it operates. So my question to that is to Dr. Simon, Dr. GRDISA, whoever is the appropriate person. If council were to move in that direction, Councillor Thompson said the possibility. I didn't see an amendment, and I know we're just brainstorming here. If we were to move that possibility, that wouldn't necessarily like revoke your permit, right? Once you get the approval from the province, you're in for whatever that time length is. And so I guess my first question to you is, what time length is that expected to be? So I'm going to go with 5 years before I get an answer from you. And if it's 5 years, and let's say we're very happy at year 1, but something happens, we're not happy at year 2, the city of Barrie may not be supporting funding, but it doesn't mean that the permit is revoked. And I want to clarify that because usually with other operations, the business license, if the city of Barrie pulls a business license or doesn't renew it, a CMHA permit, something like that, that's pretty cut and dry. With this, it would just essentially us be symbolically saying we're not supportive, theoretically, but it wouldn't actually affect your operations. It doesn't mean if we did that, your doors would shutter the next day. Is that a correct interpretation?
I'm sorry, just before you answer that, I'm not quite clear what Councillor Morales you're asking. So You're asking them to answer what would be the impact of council passing a motion a year from now or 2 years from now that said we don't support the SCS, assuming we were supportive of it now?
Yeah, thanks, Mary Lehman. You're absolutely right. Let me clarify. Let me simplify the language. Dr. Simon, how long would you expect the time that an SES is approved by the province? Is it indefinitely? Is it a couple of years? Is it a range? So that's question number one. And whatever that number is, if Barrie City Council at any point in time in that range were to say we're not supportive because of that feedback as a stakeholder, would that jeopardize your ability to have an SES, your permits from the province, or would it not necessarily jeopardize it or shut it down immediately?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, I think I understand the intent. So in terms of the approval, I am not aware of a time, there might be one, I don't believe so, of a timeline on the general provincial support for an application. What I am aware of is that the province provides funding year by year, right? Which is part of why, as Dr. GRDISA spoke about, the lease would be year by year, right? We can only make a commitment on an annual basis. So also the Ministry of Health requires routine reporting, as I said. So I presume those two may be tied, though I don't know what that ultimately looks like, but that they're going to be providing oversight to ensure that the site is functioning in a way that they think is acceptable both for clients and the surrounding community. So what does that mean then? I guess if the site was going in a direction that council wasn't happy with, council doesn't have a formal responsibility or role in the process, as far as I understand, past the initial endorsement. But what I would say would be appropriate is A, of course, to make that clear to the applicants. B, you could make that clear to the ministry. And I think really in terms of a functional kind of productive direction that could take is, what are the issues and how are we going to work to address them? So I'm not sure that an annual, I mean, I would leave it to council to decide if you're looking to annually endorse the site or not, but I think certainly, annual feedback that you provide, and if there are concerns that you request, a plan to address, for example, might be something that I could see us directly acting upon, whereas endorsement or lack of endorsement, I think as your question was suggesting, I'm not sure where that would lead us. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Simon. Let me ask this question. Is this correct in saying that the province of Ontario grants your permit to operate and the province of Ontario is the entity that removes the permit to operate? Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, my understanding, actually, I'm not sure that there's a formal permit to operate, but the first piece, actually, the closest thing to a permit is through Health Canada. The federal government gives us the exemption under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to operate. Okay, so that's one piece that we need. What the provincial government is doing, the biggest thing that they're doing is giving us funding, right? So their approval really is approval for funding. So I suppose either of those governments could have concern for whatever number of reasons. The rigor and frequency of reporting to the federal government, I'm not aware that it's as rigorous, I suppose, as the provincial requirements to receive the ongoing funding.
Okay, perfect. So how I'm interpreting, Health Canada gives legal approval or blessing, the province gives funding, and the landlord gives ability to operate. So Councillor Thompson, I really appreciate your just comments earlier. I think what I'm hearing is that, and again, anybody feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, a council giving thumbs up or thumbs down later doesn't necessarily affect the ability for them to operate if we're happy, which isn't usually a problem. If we're happy, they still operate. If we're not, it doesn't really change anything unless we become the leaseholder. Dr. Simon, would the health unit have any interest on having the city be the lease holder with the landlord, and then having the health unit be the sublease tenant, therefore possibly giving that kind of giving the city of Barrie more of a stakeholder influence?
I'm going to ask Dr. GRDISA to respond to that if I could, because it's actually CMHA who's the applicant and will be applying for funding and will be holding the lease.
So through Mayor Lehman, and thank you for the question. So right now, our investment in this particular space, if this was the determined space, would be that we would go with what you just identified, right? We've got the permit federally, we've got the funding provincially, we've got your support, and then we're collaborating with all our partners. But even in terms of when you get that funding from the Ministry of Health, you have different performance targets that you're accountable to, that you provide quarterly reports on. You do an annual report. I meet with our funders quite regularly, actually. I would say almost weekly at some level at some of the programs. So, you are held accountable. And obviously, I think it would be amazing to have the opportunity, especially in year 1 and 2, to demonstrate the impact and value of the program, and also to demonstrate any of our mitigation strategies that we might be implementing, and also to do that in partnership, whether it be with Barrie Police Services, the paramedic service, like whoever makes sense, we'll do that together to talk about that story, because our anticipated, and desired outcomes for this is that maybe we'll draw less on the emergency department. Maybe we'll actually be able to help people that are in Milligan's Pond get the services and supports they need. Like, these are our goals, is to actually link people to the right services and supports. And that's what we're hoping to demonstrate to you. In terms of your question, sorry, Councillor Morales. Went off there. Definitely at this point, this particular property, the position we would be in as the operator would be that, what you have just described. If there was a potential future state in 2 or 3 years, a property became available and there was something that was more viable or in a different place, then yes. Or if you're saying that you would now rent the space and then we would operate it under your domain, that's adding a whole new dynamic that I don't think we've considered. So I think I'd have to go back.
Dr. GRDISA, thank you for that follow-up. There was a more viable space to be the landlord, but that got squashed. Let me clarify the question though. So here's the concern. So council, you guys cannot do an application without an endorsement from from Barrie City Council. That's a reality. We're right at this point, it appears that we are the gatekeepers. It's not good, that's not bad, that's just a reality. Once we give the green light, Barrie City Council loses its ability to have checks and balances. We can be stakeholders, we can have representation, we can have phone calls. Dr. Simon is incredible at communicating back to me when I give her questions. So I don't have a concern about that. What I mean is, if the site just heads in the wrong direction, and at no specific, I'm not pointing specific at anybody, if council's not happy with the direction, we no longer have a check and balance. We no longer have the ability to snap our fingers and funding stops, or snap our fingers and the site has to be altered according to what we want. We lose control the moment we give the green light now. So it's interesting about the process that the application cannot be considered by the higher levels of government without our letter of endorsement, which aka the votes on Barrie City Council, majority. But once that's granted, if the site succeeds, it's great, everybody's happy. Nobody's usually asking questions at that stage. But if something is not happy, Barrie City Council has no ability, there's no site plan, right? There's no other little processes that we can employ. So that's why I'm bringing this up. Not trying to be negative, I'm just saying that I hope members of council know it, that at that point, we can pick up the phone and we can have an influence, but we don't have the ability to reel back the SES site, relocated, et cetera. It would really be under the stewardship of CMHA and the health union and other stakeholders, which I'm not questioning, but which is why it goes back to my original question. If we were the leaseholder, we would have control, because we would control operations, we would control the building, the operation within the space. So does the CMHA have interest in giving the city of Barrie that ability to have the checks and balance as being the leaseholder?
It's a great question. I've never considered it. So you're putting me on the spot here to really think about it. And I'm struggling to, because once, and I get what you're saying, because I think there's this assumption if the worst possible outcome occurs, then there's no way to stop. But I guess from my perspective as the CEO of CMHA, we're fully committed to actually meeting our accountability agreements with Ontario Health and actually fulfilling the mandatory reporting requirements. So as long as I'm making that commitment, and at any time, you know, then that's what we're committing to. And for me, why I'm struggling, just for the public to understand, is that could be any service then, like any service we're providing could be failing. So for me, at any time, my funder, and literally we do have conversations almost weekly, would be actually, why are you falling short on this? Why are there complaints? We actually have to do client surveys and get client experience satisfaction. We do, you know, community partner surveys and get feedback. We just actually recently did one to hear what our community partners are thinking. So I think it's hard for me to think that that model that deviates from what typically the health system functions like is the right approach. But I have to get my head around it, to be honest.
So thank you, Dr. Gisa. I'll just wrap up. I have faith in CMHA and I have faith in the health unit, to start number one. I don't think anybody should characterize this as, does anybody already from day zero have intent on not meeting their targets? That's not the question. The question is, externalities happen, unpredictable things happen, communities accept the SES, or it just blends in different ways. Some are successful, some are not. So this does not speak to the work that you or any other employee does. Just some communities, just by the organic nature of how they work, some things work well, some things don't, right? Just the way some people respond to medication, some people don't. So it is not about intent or your intention, any other employees. Obviously, everybody is operating from targets will be met and exceeded and quality care will be delivered. So let's just establish that right away. You know, in an ideal world, I would have wanted to have been in a situation where the city could have been landlord of a situation like this, just to provide City of Barrie residents a little bit of more influence. But that is not the case at the moment. And just to reiterate, I do have confidence in the CMHA and the health unit. So thank you for being very direct to the questions I asked. They weren't easy questions, and I appreciate you being as direct as you were.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and to the doctors, thank you for your presentation, your time put into this. I do have a few questions, but maybe I'll just talk to council right now. That I like what Councilor Morales is discussing, and if this passes tonight, I would be in full support that we actually do a sublease, just so we do have some control. This is the first safe injection site in Barrie, and quite frankly, I would like to have some risk management and some safety precautions. So if Councilor Morales is listening, I would be very supportive of him putting that up next week if this passes. So maybe I'll just ask the questions to the two doctors. I share with Councillor Natalie Harris and Councillor Thompson that this presentation from now until 2 years ago is night and day. It's very full, but I still see some holes in the presentation that I'd like to address tonight, and I'd like to get the opportunity to speak on it. You know, I think Councillor Thompson, mentioned something about management, and that was really the issue that I had when you first brought this. I just couldn't see how the application process was so flawed. How could I trust that you would actually be able to manage a safe injection site? And you've answered some of those questions here tonight, but I just got to get this off my chest, because the whole issue about the daycare, guys, I spent 3 minutes and I pulled over, talked to a neighbor, and it is a sanctioned licensed daycare. It's by We Watch, and it's a 24-hour daycare center for frontline workers. So like that is a major stumbling block and almost a non-starter. The second non-starter that I had was the accessibility, but you've addressed that if this does go through fruition, that you'll be putting wheelchair access and you'll be changing the facade of the building.
Through Mayor Lehman, you're clarifying that one point? Sorry, Councillor McCann.
I am.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so definitely the facility design would have an accessible and private entrance. Yes.
Okay, so I guess I thought about this long and hard, mostly because our residents have not let us forget this. This is a very passionate topic, and people have very polarizing opinions on the safe injection site. And I just keep on telling myself, there's got to be a better way. Like, the people that are going to be using this service There's got to be a better way. They deserve better than what we're proposing. And that's just what my feelings are. And I may have an amendment next week that actually encourages that we actually ask the province for something more substantial that actually takes people from start to finish and gets them back feeling healthy and not just, helping this disease, right? Is really how I feel. And maybe I'll give you a chance to comment anytime you'd like. Questions I have really is the daycare. So let's maybe go a little more in depth. You'd mentioned that that you've got strategies in place to help the neighborhood. Well, I have to tell you, Doctor, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence when you haven't really done, in my opinion, a strong due diligence by talking to the neighbors directly across from the site and finding out that there is a daycare and that it is 24 hours. And you're telling me that you're going to have strategies in place to help negotiate and litigate neighborhood complaints. So could you maybe comment on that, please, Doctor?
Sure, through you, Mayor Lehman. So just for clarity, our consultation process up until now was in order to help us choose the most, what we felt to be the best site, right? And that process concluded just over 2 weeks ago. That's when the site was chosen. So up until that point, I think you've heard what the consultation process was, and that did include the mail out door to door for a radius that certainly included the area surrounding the 19 Innisfil Street site. So everyone should have received a letter in the mail. I understand that some people are saying they didn't see it, which is unfortunate, but that certainly was what was paid for in the service we believe was received. And so there was that opportunity for input from individuals surrounding 11 Innisfil Street, excuse me, just as there was all of the other sites under consideration. And so that would have been one opportunity where we may have learned about the home daycare, but it actually didn't come out through that consultation process. So that's the reason why we weren't yet aware. So then, as I said, the decision was made just over 2 weeks ago, and our past 2 weeks have really been spent preparing for this, right? To be able to provide you with the documentation you need to help make a decision. And our next step, as we indicated, is to develop this community committee around this site if it is endorsed. And we're actually interested in beginning that this week, depending on how the conversation goes this evening, recognizing you do still have another vote on this next week. But we have now begun to hear these kinds of things that you're saying. So the issue of the home daycare across the street, as I said, didn't come out in the consultation. It has come out since then. So that's a key contact for us to reach out to and to begin those conversations this week. That's really what I can say about it. But and there are a number of other members of the community who also, I think, want to be part of the conversation and didn't have the opportunity during the consultation process either. So that opportunity is not over. That opportunity is really just beginning as to how we make this work in that community.
Yeah, I Dr. Simon, I appreciate the answer, but that actually just reinforces the whole management situation here. You're asking to do a consultation with the public. There's a daycare across the street. We're going to be voting on it tonight and then on Monday, and then you're going to do further consultation. Well, don't you think if you were in my position that you'd want to have that extra information with that extra consultation with your neighbors before your council votes on that?
For you, Mayor Lehman, I guess it depends on how long you want to wait. And I certainly understand the point you're raising, and I understand and empathize with the community members. Absolutely we do. But we feel we have taken thorough process, advertise the opportunities for consultation as thoroughly as we could, particularly given that we were in a pandemic and couldn't do something like door to door, which certainly was considered, right? So having done our best due diligence, having gleaned what we feel was very valuable input, we feel that's sufficient information to make the decision about which site we should put forward for this application, which is what we're asking of you tonight. We are not saying that the door is closed on how we optimize that site, how we collaborate with the community. That is the next step. That's the piece that we're happy to continue exploring and report back on later. But we don't think that needs to wait, or that the application needs to wait to have those conversations, because they're going to continue for years, right? But we feel we have enough information to know that this is the right site. And the next step is to begin those detailed conversations specific to 11 Innisfil.
Yeah, I guess, Doctor, appreciate your answer. I guess that's where you and I have a conflict. You mean a big one. So maybe let's go to your point system, if you don't mind. Like you made a comment earlier that finding out that this daycare, you just found out about this daycare and you weren't sure about the proximity or the the license, if it was licensed or not, or what the fulsome of the daycare was. But you said it wasn't going to affect your decision making or affect your point system. Like I find that quite strange. So can you elaborate on that and how this would not factor in your point system?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, I'm not sure I'm understanding. Are you saying whether or not there is a home daycare there, would that impact our decision making, or whether or not it's a licensed or unlicensed facility?
All the above. I mean, the fact of the matter is there's kids there that it's a 24-hour daycare, and you chose this location for an injection site.
Right. Through you, Mayor Lehman. So as I indicated before, it is not, and just to use correct terminology, it is not a childcare center, which would be a larger facility caring for a larger number of children. It is a home-based childcare. So if you go there, I'm not sure how many of you have been there, and you look across the street, it looks like a home, right? Where they can care for up to 5 or 6 children at any point in time. Okay, so that's the kind of volume and flow that we're talking about. Great respect for the service that's provided and the need to be sensitive to it, but it is not a large childcare facility, to be clear on what we're speaking about. So as I said, would I prefer that there was not a home-based childcare across the street? Of course I would, right? Nobody would design things that way, but that is unfortunately not the reality of communities, and people who use drugs are part of communities and need to be served in our community. It reminds me of the application we brought forward last time with 90 Mulcaster Street, and concern was raised by Season Center for grieving children, which was also an important consideration, not a formal one that we would have known until it came forward for community conversation, not necessarily a line in the sand in terms of an organization we couldn't have worked with, right? But that is going to be the part of any site that we choose. There is going to be a compelling organization or two, or a compelling individual or two, that is going to raise their voice for very good reason and who needs to be part of the dialogue with us. But I firmly believe that if we let that be the reason that we don't support a site from going ahead, we will never find a site that works for us. So we have to say, based on everything we know, based on the thorough process we have conducted over the past 2 years, based on all of the organizations and individuals who have collaborated to make this happen, is this the best we're going to do to balance the needs of people who use drugs and the surrounding community? And we are saying we feel this is the best we're going to do. We want to give our very best effort to make this site work. And that means wholeheartedly collaborating with the community members, including that home care operator across the street.
Doctor, I appreciate your answer. And I'm just going to say respectfully, I'm going to agree to disagree on this matter. I believe that 2 years ago, there are many council members that asked you to investigate some of the industrial lands to put the site. And could you expand on why we're not seeing a site for the industrial lands that's literally probably less than a kilometer away from 11 Innisfil?
Sure. Through you, Mayor Lehman. I think that the simple reason is we have heard loud and clear from people who use drugs in this community, from organizations that work with them, from pretty much everyone on the advisory committee, quite frankly, and from any literature that exists with regards to a supervised consumption site. If you put it far away, people will not use it, right? It's simply not how one plans a service for the most marginalized members of a community, by siting it far away from where they spend time. It will not be used. It's a waste of money. And frankly, it wouldn't be funded by the provincial government. So looking to industrial areas really wasn't an option. What was an option is expanding our minds a little bit. And even, again, members of our advisory committee would tell you this, that we started off, I think those of us who've been doing this work for a little while, wanted it really central, wanted it to be downtown, where the greatest concentration of people who use drugs are. And I think that's still the case. We have some people who feel that probably 110 Dunlop or 11 Sophia might have been better choices for that reason. But we did over time expand the search and added the two locations, the 11 Innisfil and 192 Bradford, because we realized, okay, to make this work, to make a site work, to balance everyone's needs, we need to look a little further afield. But would we look to an area that was truly industrial? No, we simply wouldn't do that, because it just wouldn't meet the need of the service.
Okay, well, I'm expanding my mind now, Doctor. And you had mentioned that there'd be no funding if you chose a location in the industrial area, which is less than a kilometer away from the location we're discussing tonight.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. One of the criteria in the ministry's application is that the site, I'd have to remind myself of the wording, but that it's in walking distance from people who use drugs. And typically that's defined as a kilometer or less. So if we put it more than a kilometer out, and I'm not sure which specific industrial area you're referring to, but generally speaking, I think the ministry would certainly not look favorably on it. And again, none of the partners around, or few to none of the partners around the advisory committee were recommending that, let alone support that. So we really have not had any community groundswell to put a site there amongst people who have been actively involved in understanding the situation, understanding this population, and wanting to plan a service to support them.
Yeah, maybe we'll just agree to disagree again, but I mean, there is Milligan's Pond and there is Tiffin that have large amounts of people amalgamating and staying over that would be using this service. So I don't see the logic, how you say it's not a kilometer away when it's right smack in the middle. And I do know there are some service partners that were very motivated to have it in industrial lands, and you chose not to use those for the reasons that you said, and I'll accept that. And that'll obviously weigh in my decision later on. Maybe just go further down, you know, the YMCA, the sponsored daycare in 80 Bradford, was that something that you brought into your discussions?
Excuse me, through you, Mayor Lehman, the YMCA childcare that will be opening up a little bit a ways from 80 Bradford, is that what you're asking?
It's right in 80 Bradford, is it not? The YMCA's?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, no, there is no YMCA childcare or YMCA service of any kind that we're aware of in 80 Bradford. I can also let Dr. GRDISA speak to it because her staff have reviewed the directory and been in touch with organizations that we felt may be particularly sensitive and child serving, and YMCA was not one of them.
Okay, well, I could have been information wrong. You know, you know what, I've got 4 or 5 more questions, but I think I've got the answer that I'm looking for. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCann. Just before I go back for a second round of questions, I just want to urge members of General Committee to keep them focused as we do need to get to discussing the matter and of course the budget directions item as well. But I will go back into my speakers list. Next, I have Councillor Kunkel.
Thank you, Your Worship. And at that time, I guess I was going to, and I'll look to Dr. GRDISA to see if she feels that she's covered it, but around the questions around reporting and monitoring, I did, want to highlight that with any type of funding flow, particularly healthcare funding, there would be a very, very formal service accountability agreement that's tied to that. And so for members of the public or council that are not aware of the current structure of that, with basically our local health integration network / Ontario Health, those parameters are there. And as I believe Dr. GRDISA commented to it. So I'll look to Dr. GRDISA to see if she wants to highlight that at all, but I'm assuming, please correct me if I'm wrong, that this would be an amendment to your existing service accountability agreement with CMHA SIMCOE, would it not? Or would that be a separate and apart agreement that the government would initiate that specifically governs the operations of the consumption site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Kunkel. So once the ministry funds us, then the money flows through Ontario Health, and it would be Central and West Region, and then yes, the accountability agreement would be through them. And obviously, even right now in designing the withdrawal management services for the community as well, you define the performance targets and you work with the ministry, and if say we're under or over, you actually, quarterly report, and if you see if you're over, you create variance reports and you let the government know actually we're meeting this need or that, and it really is a process together to make sure that we're responding to the needs of the people that require the services. I did want to just step back and make one comment that I just wanted to highlight too, that the WYMCA actually endorsed the SCS as well, just for you to know, and it's important to know that we have been talking to any of the partners in 80 Bradford that have any type of vulnerable population. As of the decision being made, we reached out. Our facilities manager, Sherry Scanny, who's on the Zoom call, has been reaching out individually.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I have Councillor Aylwin and then Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just want to quickly follow up on a question that Deputy Mayor Ward had asked around site plan approval tied to the conditions that were laid out in the staff report. And I did just kind of want to dig in and get a clearer answer. So the site plan agreement would be between the city and the property owner, so Agrarian Group. So do you have any concerns with that as the model, since the applicants will be on the lease, but they won't be the property owner, but a site plan requires that agreement to be between the city and the property owner. Do you see that being a roadblock in any way to the application, stumbling block of any sort? And maybe that's something you have to discuss with Mr. Sperling. I'm not sure, but.
Yeah, so through Mayor Lehman, thank you, Councillor Alwyn. We've had a few sit downs with Mr. Sperling, and we've talked about the space and how we think it would best be optimized. And he's been incredibly supportive and actually very responsive, especially, related to some of the questions that have come up even in the last couple of weeks. So all I can say is I'll go back to him and make sure that, whatever plan we're putting forward, that he supports that facility design.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's it for me for now.
Questions, Councillor Harvey?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the comment that Councillor McCann had made, because I wasn't aware of any YMCA childcare in there either. But on a quick Google search, it does show that there is childcare and daycare services operated by the YMCA in Unit 148 at Bradford Street. I just think the applicants need to confirm that type of information before I feel comfortable in voting in favor of this, if there is a possibility of a registered daycare in the actual building that they're in, even though they now have an Innisfil address, obviously, instead of the 8 or Bradford. But the reality of it is, it still is a connected building.
Yeah, I do know those Google searches are often inaccurate. Can we get a definitive answer on that if you've got one, Dr. Simon or Dr. GRDISA? I mean, you've got the building directory, I think, provided by the landlord.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're just looking to make sure, but we had identified all of those potential sensitive agencies. And if you can give us a moment, if there's another question, we'll get back to you on kind of the latest information.
For you, Mayor Lehman, I do have the directory in front of me, and there is no YMCA on it. So, I mean, if the directory is inaccurate, that is certainly possible, but that's one reason that leads me to believe there is not a YMCA childcare there. The other is that the city staff did do the search for us of the closest childcare center, and no childcare center in the 80 Bradford building arose. And I guess the third reason is because, as Dr. GRDISA indicated, we've received a letter of support from the YMCA. So through none of those processes have we received any indication about this childcare. So I'm not sure. Clearly, I hear you're finding something on Google search. I don't know if that's something administrative versus children on site. And so we will look into that to ensure that. But if there was a full operating childcare center in that building, I do believe that would have come to some light before now, but we'll certainly confirm that this week.
Councillor Owen, you're waving like you know something about this.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lehman. My understanding is that the YMCA does have a space in 80 Bradford as a temporary space because of the closure of their location on Grove Street, sort of as a transition between that old space and then the one that's to come. It was my understanding that it's offices, administration, but that I'm not 100% sure on. So I think that's where the confusion is coming in, is that it's a temporary space that they're using.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, did you have any other questions?
No, that's it, Your Worship. I think my other comments, and I can take offline with Dr. Simon throughout the week with some other things that I have to make inquiries about.
Okay. Any other questions of the presenters? Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. I'll be really quick. This is to Dr. GRDISA. In the last presentation, when this originally came to council, I want to believe that it was Councillor Natalie Harris who raised a concern with your staff will you have programs to help with staff? A lot of your staff deal with trauma vicariously through, dealing with the users of your services. Now, when you're in a safe consumption site, the reversal of overdoses and, it can be very traumatic to individuals. So I was wondering if that was going to be part of the program that you would offer your staff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Thompson. So that's a great question, and the answer is yes, simply. But really, honestly, when you're caring for any individual, and specifically individuals and with potential overdose situations, it will be so important to follow the best possible evidence and science, not only in terms of our interventions, but actually ensuring that staff get the psychological supports they need. And right now, actually, we're going through a strategic planning process, and thank you for those that have actually contributed. And that's something that's been really highlighted by the staff in terms of ensuring those supports are in place for staff, and that we have a just culture, and that we implement strategies that staff continue to learn and feel fully supported in meeting the needs of these complex clients. So thanks for that question.
Okay.
Thank you for that answer. I'll make a comment, Mayor Lehman. I'll be very quick. I'll say it. I will be endorsing this, and I won't speak again. But I think as a community and as council, we shouldn't think of this as a victory. This is a service that it's sad that we need to consider in our community. It's actually a failure of society, and I just hope that we can build on this one pillar. As we see with a lot of these sites, when they open, the numbers drop drastically and then gradually get back to provincial normals. So I hope that with the interaction with the services that we can break that trend and see a decline in the trauma for anybody involved, and continue on that path. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thompson. And that's probably a good segue into the debate yet to come. We're still on questions, and I do have a few myself. So are there any other questions for the presenters? Okay, the few I had, a number of them were answered, and thank you to all those who did ask. Just a quick one, the ministry's time frame for, and maybe you could say a bit as to whether or not the ministry is just as welcoming of an application as they were 2 years ago from Barrie. Have they given you a sense of how quickly they will turn around an application if we endorse and it is submitted?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, yes, we actually just heard back very recently on that very question. So they confirmed that they have funded 16 CTSs, which is the provincial term, as a reminder, consumption and treatment services to date. Our understanding, certainly they are still receiving applications. Our understanding is that they're generally still have this upper cap of 21 that was originally established, but either way, there's plenty of space to receive more applications. They encouraged us to submit our application both to Health Canada and to them at the same time, so we don't need to wait one for the other. And in terms of the provincial timeline, they said it really varies, but broad timeline, they would estimate that within 6 months that we would have a final answer, and that would include any back and forth with us about the application.
Okay, thanks for that. Second question, I just wanted to pick up on the discussion around the entrance. I think one of the awkward things about this actual physical space is it's an elevated doorway up a bit of stairs, so I know you're going to have to do something about accessibility, but it's also, there's this very narrow little parking lot that's right off the street, and there's not a lot of room in there because the building is so close to the street. I know you are going to go back and talk with the landlord further. Is the unit immediately adjacent to the loading dock? Is that what's beside it on the south side of the building? It looks to that from, I didn't go in, but I took a couple of looks over the last week from the parking lot.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So it is, but I mean, there's a fence and there's grass. Like, it's not immediately, but in terms of are you suggesting maybe there's a different way?
Wall. Yeah, so I
Yeah,
mean, you have to
yeah,
add a second entrance for code or
yeah.
exit for code. And I'm not sure what that is today. But, you know, I guess the reason I'm asking the question is, and I have no idea whether it's an active loading dock or not as part of the warehouse operation that goes on at 80 Bradford.
Yeah.
But if it was not particularly active or not at all active, it might make an obvious entrance. And you know, I think I remember well from Dr. Simon, your first presentation to council, you know, one of the concerns around Mulcaster and one of the concerns around some other suggested sites was it is actually better to have a slightly lower profile kind of entrance for the users who may not all be as comfortable, you know, going in a front door right off the street under the watchful eye of neighbors and so forth, and might be more comfortable, you know, with the entrance being on the side of the building. It sounds like a little thing, but these things can help, you know, on the client side. And certainly for, when I spoke to people who live on Perry Street in Innisfil, a couple of the neighbors across the street and very close to the site, you know, I think many of them had got their head around it being at 80 Bradford. And the reason why the confusion around the address, I think, was frustrating to them was, you know, the notion of it being in that building, even as close as it was to their house, with the population, the client population coming into perhaps the side of 80 Bradford through the current parking area is quite different than it being, you know, literally right up against the street on the sidewalk in front of their home. So all of which is a long way of asking, has there been an attempt to look at whether that a side entrance could actually be the main entrance?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm happy to bring that back to Steve Sperling and see. I mean, we did talk about having the double entrance and just thinking of ways. We've been talking about all of that in terms of privacy and flow. So happy to bring that back to him.
Okay. I mean, obviously, if there's an active, you know, loading dock, then that's not going to work. But if it's possible, it might address some of the resident concerns for sure, and it might provide a greater degree of privacy for the users. And then this third question I had was really around Milligan's Pond. And, you know, I don't think you can talk about the site without talking about the pond. And I don't think we can talk to this community about the site operating and not talk about the pond. Because what we've got today is an unsupervised consumption site in Milligan's Pond, right behind the daycare. The home where the in-home daycare is backs onto Milligan's Pond, and that's the activity going on behind that facility today. And I think the reason I raise it is because I would hope that the community, well, let me ask that question. I shouldn't assume it. The question is, would your community committee, the community advisory committee, engage with the population in the pond and the issues around the pond? Certainly the city has struggled. Other agencies who provide outreach service in the pond area have struggled. The landlord from the facility has struggled with the conditions at Milligan's Pond. And part of the reason to have the site here is it can remove, hopefully, one of the most dangerous aspects of drug use in the pond area, which is the overdoses due to poison drugs. So how would you, I guess, engage with this broader issue of how Milligan's Pond is being used and the population that's in there?
Happy to begin, and Dr. GRDISA may have additional comments. So thank you for the question and for really framing it. And I think a really important way that maybe we haven't emphasized enough this evening, which is that a part of the rationale for choosing this site is because drug use already happens there, right? That's one of the criteria. And thinking about a good site is where the drug use is already happening. That's how you can reduce the public harms, right? How you can bring public drug use inside, how you can reduce needle waste. And the dangers of that and so forth. And so absolutely that's happening in Milligan's Pond. It's happening in other areas around there. There's a very well-used disposal bin on the side of 80 Bradford. So we know that there's a lot of active drug use in that area. And we very much hope and believe that this site is going to support that. So I think Milligan's Pond is a great example of that. So one, just a starting point is there's a commitment in the mitigating strategies document to engage in needle sweeps of the Milligan's Pond area on a regular basis, right? So even beginning with that, and whether that, you know, I think the staffing of that or volunteer nature of that needs to be worked out, and that'll be part of the conversation with the community committee, but that will happen, right? So that will automatically make that area a safer space. The other piece that's going to require, I think, more thinking is that engagement piece, you know, but I firmly believe, and I think it's on paper, that this site is going to bring resources to that community, right? It's going to bring resources specifically to support this population in any way that they are willing to engage, right? And I think a point also that I haven't had the chance to emphasize tonight is that this is, as far as I know, and I'm quite certain, the only SCS or CTS in Ontario that is going to be operated by a mental health and addictions agency, right? CMHA. So we have a tremendous strength in this application. It is going to bring that perspective first and foremost to the work that's done. This CMHA, you know, fully embraces harm reduction, and they also, of course, fully embrace treatment and access to social services. So with their addictions outreach workers, with the mental health supports that they're going to bring and the strong connections they have to various social services, I have no doubt that networks will be developed and plans will be laid to engage the population there as best as possible. Look to Dr. GRDISA if she has any other comments about the pond specifically.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, well, thank you, Dr. Simon, as well for the comments. So the only thing I would add is because we have the new funding, we do actually have an outreach opioid counselor that's been newly funded. And that would be the individual that actually would work directly with the peer support workers to actually hopefully pull people from Milligan's Pond and connect them to services, not only necessarily the SDS, but we also have the touchdown services, and or because we're part of a bigger addictions program. That's why Meredith Free is here. She manages all the addictions program. It could be that we have someone that comes in, they don't really want to access the SDS, but they would be better served by actually accessing another service. As well, I think you saw in the proposal, there's a nurse practitioner that works at the Mulcaster site, and she would come down and do down services. So we could have like a primary care clinic where people might be able to come from the pond. And then the ultimate goal too would be to bring in our housing. We have, as you know, we house more than 350 people through our housing supplements, and we would bring in our housing specialists to try and help these individuals find safe and affordable housing.
Thank you very much for that thorough answer. Okay, and having provided thorough answers now for an hour and a half, thank you both very much for your presentation and for the Q&A. And we will move right into discussion of this staff report. Councillor Aylwin, I believe you held this. If you would care to put it on the floor and or any amendment.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I will put the item on the floor as printed, and I do have an amendment as well.
Go ahead.
So the amendment is to add the following as paragraph 2. That the application for the proposed SCS at 11 Innisfil Street be endorsed with an understanding that the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit and the Canadian Mental Health Association will work with the city to address the following. Number 1, fencing, landscaping, access, security cameras, discarded needle collection boxes, and appropriate property standards and property maintenance measures. 2, the establishment of an SCS advisory committee. 3, the establishment of a security plan and or a needle sweep plan. And 4, other related neighborhood integration matters. I can speak to that.
Okay, so the item's been put on the floor. The original motion, which is simply to receive the report, and the action Councillor Aylwin is suggesting is a new paragraph 2 that endorses the application with a requirement for the health unit and CMHA to work with the city on those 4 items. Go ahead, Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. As we have heard this evening, and as we hear on a regular basis in this city, there are people dying at an alarming rate, and those people are our friends, our neighbors, our family, our loved ones, and their lives matter. And we have seen over the past year how the pandemic has really exacerbated the issues that the toxic drug supply crisis poses in our community. And I want to thank all the people who are living on the front lines of that crisis, whether they are people who use drugs, family members of people who use drugs, or whether they're working at an agency who support people who use drugs. I want to thank them for their work because it's not easy to do that sort of work, especially in the context of a pandemic. It's traumatic, but it's such valuable and important work. And I think we have very clearly identified that there is a gap in our response to this crisis, and one that needs to be filled as soon as possible. This is a crisis, this is an emergency, and so an emergency crisis response is needed. And that's what a supervised consumption site is. It's an emergency response to save lives in the short term, while also benefiting the community with fewer instances of public drug use, fewer instances of discarded needles, preventing bloodborne infection like HIV, and connecting people who use drugs to valuable services in our community so that they can get help for the underlying issues that they may be experiencing. So this service is necessary, and I feel so hopeful speaking to the applicants, speaking to people who live in the vicinity of the proposed site on Innisfil Street, Perry Street, Eccles, and the whole community, that we can make this work. That there's probably going to be bumps in the road along the way, but that we can deal with those, we can address those. And to do that, we have to be working together on that. And I think I'm hearing that there's a shared commitment to doing so from all the parties involved. And that makes me really happy. And that's the type of spirit that we need if we're going to address this toxic drug supply crisis, is an all hands on deck approach, using every tool in our toolbox. And an SES is just one tool in our toolbox, but it is an important one. So I am supportive of endorsing this site at 11 Innisfil Street, and I'm committed to working with the applicants and the neighborhood to address any concerns going forward. And I hope council will join us in that work. And I think we can really do something special here and support our community in the best way possible, and then work in the longer term for those systemic changes that we need to get to the root of these issues, because this is an emergency response to stem the bleeding, to put it crudely. But we also need to keep our focus on those root causes. How can we ensure that people have a safe, dignified, affordable place to call home? How can we ensure that everyone has access to adequate mental health care, addictions supports, and just a sense of community as well? Because we know that the opposite of addiction is community. So we can build that sense of relationship and trust and community with services like this, and going forward as we look at the root causes. So I'm feeling very hopeful in this moment. We are still in the depths of the crisis, but I think we're headed in the right direction.
Thanks, Councillor Irwin. On the amendment, next I have Councillor Riepma and then Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also going to very strongly support this amendment that Councillor Irwin has put forward. I think there is no doubt that the city of Barrie needs an SCS. People are dying. We've heard the statistics. They're dying at even higher rates than they used to. And I'm not naive enough to think that one SCS is going to solve that problem. It isn't. It's a systemic issue, and we need a much bigger response to it that involves the federal government and the province. However, I think this is going to do something, and it will do some very good things. And I think that somebody made the comment that there is a lot of drug use that already goes on in this area, unsupervised. And hopefully the bringing into this area a supervised consumption site, we will be able to lead some of these people into a healthier lifestyle. Hopefully, well, I'm certainly expecting that we will save a few lives, but I'm hoping beyond that, that we will, with the wraparound services that the doctors have talked about, we'll be able to lead some of these people into a lifestyle that goes some way to helping them with the trauma in their lives and bring them to some greater sense of value. Now, anywhere that we put this facility, there's going to be a community around it, because you can't help that in a city such as ours. And so I am very understanding of the anxiety that some of the neighbors have expressed. I think that the presentation that I heard tonight and the commitment for a community committee, I think that's the way to go. And I do think that we can reach out to this neighborhood and we can help them, and we can work together with the neighbors to make sure that this place really does what we're hoping it to do. A big part of this of this selection is how the operation is managed, and I think that's really fundamental. And I'm glad that the applicants have put their minds to that and have come up with mitigation strategies. And for sure, they're not fleshed out, but I think that we certainly have laid a good groundwork for that. I think ongoing, I'm encouraged by the fact that there will be a community committee that will be an ongoing dialogue. I'm encouraged by the fact that hopefully they will talk to us and report to us as a council at least once a year. I'm encouraged by the fact that funding comes from the province and it's annual. So if things are not working, you're not committed for a long time. It's the funding is there to make sure that this place operates properly and meets the targets that it sets for itself. There's been some discussion about, should we put it under site plan approval? I guess I'm going to put my planner's hat on, which I shouldn't really do, but if we go and ask for a site plan approval, first of all, the agreement is between the city and the property owner, not the health unit or CMHA. I'm far more supportive of the recommendation that is in this amendment, where the city works together with the applicant to address these problems. Because if we put them under site plan approval, what's going to happen is somebody's going to draw a drawing, somebody's going to hire a lawyer to draw an agreement, and the whole thing gets bogged down and probably does not accomplish what we're looking for. And I think that if we can work closely together with CMHA, I think we will accomplish what needs to be accomplished. And don't forget, we are going to be, in many ways, a partner in this venture, not as a landlord or having a subtenancy, but we're going to have a working arrangement with CMHA, and I'm hoping that that will become a dialogue, a regular dialogue, and that we'll be able to work with the applicants and with the community to make sure that this operation works really well. So with that, I'm going to conclude, but I'm going to be very much in support of this application.
Thanks, Councillor Rittman. Next, I have Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I will also be in support of this amendment, and for a couple of reasons. First of all, this proposal is night and day different from the one that we had a couple years ago, and I'm sad that COVID-19 obviously delayed this coming forward to us, but I really commend the amazing work that you have done collaborating with us and the community. It's really very significant. But for another reason, and I think Councillor McCann said something, and my stigma mind kind of shoots a little bit quickly because I'm in the recovery community. But at one point, and I'm going to just use this as an opportunity for education, so I thank you, Councillor McCann, for this. But you said at one point that the SCS is helping the disease, and I'm guessing that you are implying that it is advancing the disease. And I want to just paint a very clear picture. So the people that are using the SCS are people that have been battling the disease of addiction for a very long time, and they can't just stop. This disease is advancing on its own without very significant intervention. So the situation that we have right now is an individual who is going to use the drug that they have on them. They will, 100%. And they can use it wherever, maybe in Milligan's Pond, unsafely, and possibly die, and 100% not be connected to wraparound services. Or that same individual can go to the SCS and use that drug safely and also be connected to the actual services that they need. And that is the way that they get to treatment. And that is the way that they get to not having their disease advance anymore. Using that actual drug is life or death sometimes for those individuals. If they just stop taking that drug, they can have a seizure and die, very, very likely. So it's not that the SCS is advancing the disease at all. The disease is already in such rapid progression at that stage. They are on death's door already. And this might be their last moment of hope to being connected to the SCS, or sorry, being connected to services. And I know that I was part of the vote last time against the SCS, but that was because of the proposal. And I really felt like we didn't have the connection with the community that we really do now. And I think that this SCS may be a model for the rest of Ontario. The amount of work that's been put into this is just unbelievable and phenomenal, and I would proudly endorse it. So I really just want to, it's an opportunity again that stigma is there, and we say things not in a mean way, but it's really important that people know that this isn't about somebody who's in high school or whatever, and they want to use drugs for the first time, and they go to the SCS to give it a try. This is for very sick individuals who, because they're close to the SCS, may walk from Milligan's Pond and safely use it and maybe won't die, and maybe will get access to the services they need. That's what the SCS does. So I support it 100%. Thank you again for all the help and all the work that everybody has put into this.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Thompson, you're next.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Alwyn. Would you take a friendly of a number 5 that the co-applicants report to council on an annual basis?
Absolutely, I would. Thank you for that addition.
Okay, we'll add that as number 5 for the annual report to council. Councillor Thompson, did you want to say anything further at this point? Nope. Okay. Next, I have Councillor Gary Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to keep my comments fairly brief. Initially, when I was looking at these 4 locations, I'll be quite honest with you, I don't think any of them are 100% ideal because of the proximity to the residential areas. However, the 11 Innisfil was probably the best of the bunch. And initially, I was going to be supportive of this. I'm supportive of an SCS. I've seen the effects of this firsthand in my full-time employment. But then also, too, I got to look at the fact, if we can't protect the most vulnerable people in our community, being our children, those that are not of the age and capacity to be able to make these choices themselves, there's great difficulty in that. And just a couple days ago, all of a sudden it came up about how there's 2 families that live directly across the street from this. Then yesterday, I am advised that we now have a daycare, whether it's registered or unregistered, really doesn't matter to me in my world. It's still a daycare that's operating 24/7 out of someone's home. And then today we're learning about the possibility of another daycare in the same building where the SCS could occur, that I think we need some confirmation of before I feel comfortable in voting in favor of this. So it's for those reasons that I'm not going to support it at this point, because I think we need some more clarity when it comes to those pieces, especially because it's kids involved. Like, I mean, we can't just make a decision, an emotional decision, and not keeping in mind our most vulnerable community, whether it's our kids or our elderly. And I would like to take the conversation a little bit further offline and have a further discussion with the applicants in another angle of how can we make this work? Because I think there is a way that we can make this work. Just a matter of whether or not it would service their needs. But I'll leave my comments at that because I don't really want to speak out of term here before I have an opportunity to have those discussions with the 2 doctors involved.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Next, I have Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm pleased with the tabled amendment and then the friendly, and very happy to fully endorse this. And for me, in looking at this, I do really want to compliment all those involved, but in particular, Dr. GRDISA. I think the even where I've seen this over the past year track to, the potential wraparound services to what you've also been able to accomplish through your leadership of CMHA, secured with additional resources within your own programming and servicing that will complement this and outreach. I think it also identifies the champion that you are, the credibility in our community, and the outstanding, unwavering dedication during a pandemic to come into a new role and take this on with great flexibility, both yourself and Dr. Simon and Mia Brown. But, often I've seen in different systems, there are pressures to, especially when there's this urgency, to work with what you have. And sometimes when new information comes about, it's not necessarily a pause to open it up for further engagement. And I think you've done a brilliant job in accommodating feedback and actually embracing the perspectives and creating really great forums for meaningful dialogue and education. And so I thank you for that, because I think as a community, we're already at tables and seeing the dialogue shift and people becoming more informed about this. So I want to add that because, I look at this through the best available information by health experts in our region, identifying a need, coming to the table with great integrity in the process, and acknowledging where there are still sensitivities and having a plan. And for me, when we talk about any type of massive implementation or new service programming, there's always a process for monitoring, adapting, learning, and modifying. And I think you built that right in very transparently. And I feel completely confident in your leadership. I'm very pleased to see that this is actually under your CMHA's umbrella around operating. I trust you in the process, and I'm hoping the majority of council, if not all of council, can get there by next week. But I do want to just say for the public watching, you have done a stellar job from a community engagement and from integrity and design. And I thank you for the way in which you've engaged the community for that, and the way you've been patient also around bringing people along with you.
Thanks, Councillor Kungle. On the amendment, further comments? Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. And just one more comment about stigma. Councillor Harvey, I just want to share that the people that are using, and you know this, I know you already know this, but the people that are using an SES are my friends that aren't necessarily posing any threat to children in any way, shape, or form. And Milligan's Pond is an unsupervised consumption site. And the people that go, instead of using at Milligan's Pond and actually would go to this site, are supervised by medically trained experts, and also are with them when they are kind of, I don't even really know the proper term these days, but to stabilize with the use of that drug, and to make sure that when they leave, they are safe, meaning that the community is safe too. So that's a really important part. I have so many friends in this community who would use an SES, and I wish I could like just show you who they are. They're just like you and I. They're just like anybody here. And I know you know that, Councillor Harvey, but I'm just reiterating that for the people also watching that are concerned about the children's safety and what have you, again, Milligan's Pond's behind that area, and it's been happening forever. And actually, those children have been safe. So putting the SES will even include more safety because they're being monitored by nurses. So just another bit of food for thought going forward. And for people who are watching who are also really concerned about that, our children's safety is number one. Absolutely, 100%. That's never a question. But we need to step back from this image of people that would be using the SES as people that would potentially even inadvertently harm individuals. The types of drugs that these individuals are using can be anything, but again, it would be great because they're going to be tested, and they are monitored. And versus going and you're out on the street or you're wherever and you're using a drug that you have no idea what it is and who knows what the adverse effects are. But still, to this day, those children have been safe, and we can increase their safety if we look at it that way, that we can increase their safety with the SES. That might be a way of kind of expanding your mind to the public out there, because I can promise you, on that street, there are individuals that would be equally potential for, harming anyone, even by accident. These are just people that are really sick and really need help. And this is the opportunity for them to be able to get that, is what I really feel.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor Ward, and then Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I just wanted to, first of all, congratulate Councillor Owen for doing the right thing. I don't think he had any doubt he wasn't going to do the right thing, but he's the one that's going to wear this. I mean, it's in his ward. I mean, the sad fact is people in all the other wards probably don't care one way or the other. They probably, what happens where it's put. So I'm glad, but it is the right thing to do by establishing an SCS in Barrie. So thanks, Councillor Owen. I had one question for you. I'm not clear on the amendment. Is staff going to be reporting back on the progress of this, or are we ever going to hear about this again? I'm just not clear as what's happening. Staff's been directed to work with them, but what's happening later on? Like, are they going to report back to us? Are we going to hear about it?
It's a great question. And yeah, you're right. It's not explicitly in the motion. I guess the intention was to have some sort of report back on the status once the funding was approved and the site is up and running, that we would get a sense for how these things have been addressed. So if you'd like to,
and maybe I can just suggest that. I mean, I know we're going to get a report back annually, thanks to Councillor Thompson, but maybe just say report back after when the site is approved or after the site is approved. not by us, by funding bodies. So if that's a friendly, it would just be paragraph 6 to report back to general committee.
Sounds good. That works for me.
And I know we're just talking about the amendment, but I'm not going to speak again. So I'll just say that I do think they work. And in fact, there were some really eye-popping numbers that came out of Saskatchewan just this week, because Regina has finally got their first SCS. It's just opened, I think, on Friday, or maybe it was Thursday. But the numbers were quite astounding, because Regina and Saskatoon have roughly the same populations, about twice what Barrie's population is, but they have almost equal population. And Saskatoon has had a safe consumption site for a couple of years now. And last year, the overdose deaths, there were 64 overdose deaths in Saskatoon, which has a safe consumption site. And there were 113 in Regina, which is quite a difference, twice as many in Regina. And this year, it's even more startling. There's only been 4 overdose deaths in Saskatoon so far this year. And there's been 16 confirmed overdose deaths in Regina. And there's been 27 that still haven't been reported on. The coroner hasn't made a report on what they died of. I mean, those are amazing numbers. Those are just hard to believe numbers, in fact. And I don't know whether the SCS in Saskatoon makes all the difference, but I think we can safely assume that there will be lives saved in this. I mean, we should have done it 2 years ago, but I'm glad that we're finally moving. It appears to be finally moving in the direction where we're going to bring an SCS, a much needed SCS, to Barrie. Thank you.
Okay, just before we move on, just to be clear there, you were suggesting, Deputy Mayor Ward, adding a 6th paragraph that would request that the applicants report back on items 1 to 4? Staff
maybe report back on those items and just what progress has been made after they've been implemented.
Okay,
just
so
we
like
know that
city staff to report back.
Yes.
On items 1 to 4. Okay. To general committee.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. So that, and Councillor Aylwin, I think you accepted that as a friendly. So that is number 6 on our amendment. Okay. On the amendment, comments. Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I am going to be brief. I've got another amendment, Mayor Lehman.
Okay, is it to this amendment or is it separate?
Separate.
Okay, well, we'll vote on this one. So did you want to speak to this one?
Sure, I'll be brief. I think that I've been pretty consistent for the past 2 years. And, you know, I just didn't get the answers that the questions answered today that I'd liked. I do think that we need something better for, you know, this community, these people that are suffering from, you know, opioid or any types of drugs. And quite frankly, I would like to see, and I may put an amendment next week, put some real pressure on the province to actually like have wraparound services throughout the province. I mean, that is really, I believe, you know, a solution, a real wholesome, give these people, like set these people up for the best success possible, not just these Band-Aids. And I'm not gonna put my name on a Band-Aid. I'm gonna put my name on something that's gonna be successful. I obviously can read counsel, and it's gonna probably fall on deaf ears. But for those that care what my opinions are, I care deeply about these people that are addicted. I just think that this is a Band-Aid solution. And you know what? If I wasn't running for my business myself, you mean I'd maybe tackle this on more to help find a solution. But I'm going to vote no tonight. I've got an amendment that may squeeze me further ahead if council does support it. But that's what I got to say, VR. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCann. Any others who wish to comment on the amendment that's on the floor? Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Lehman. The beauty of technology, having residents watch Rogers TV, be able to email us, and Deputy Mayor Ward bringing up the good old prairies in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. As some of you know, I spent some time out west, and on the amendment, I actually have a friend who is a ER doctor currently in Saskatoon, and he's saying that they've had really good success with the SES and no bad news, literally live feedback. So obviously that's not, I don't think that follows the proper data collection processes that Dr. Simon would employ, but on the front lines, a ER doctor, not a student, a doctor that's qualified, giving that instant feedback about Saskatoon at the current moment. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thanks, Councilor Morales. Any other comments on the amendment? Okay, just a few things I wanted to say. I've been on record for a while in support of an SCS and my belief that it is incredibly urgent. I'll come back to that in a moment, but the only remarks I really wanted to make on the amendment are specific to this site and what I think does come as a responsibility of the applicants and for us to support them as a city. And that is really around two items. One is managing the access in and out of the facility. And because this particular unit will require some renovations, I really am hopeful that there can be an effort to make a more functional entrance. I understand and actually completely support the location for all the good reasons outlined in the extensive amount of reporting that you've done and the debate that we've had tonight. But just a functional issue, but it's an important one because it's going to matter a lot to the immediate community. It's also going to matter to the users and I think to the staff. I think the opportunity exists because you have to do a bit of work in the unit to create the most functional entrance area possible and to manage the flow of people such as it is. I know it's not anticipated to be in any way crowds of people, but there will be people in and out throughout the course of the day. And obviously the success of some of these facilities has been improved by some of those micro level decisions, I think, around things like access. The other thing is Milligan's Pond. And, since I was the Ward 2 councillor in the decade before the last one, 2006 I started, it has been a challenge for this community to deal with unsupervised consumption in Milligan's Pond. And that was at a time when poison drugs weren't killing people in our community, not anywhere near at the pace that they are today. Today, lives are being lost. And I think the reality for this community, not to be too blunt, but particularly for the folks across the street, is you can have an unsupervised consumption site in your backyard, or you can have a supervised consumption site in your front yard that might stop some of the problems and help some of the people. Far more importantly, help some of the people who are currently, in the worst case, dying, but certainly struggling with overdoses in the pond itself. The most important thing I think I want to say about this amendment is that no more delays. No more sending them back. No more inventing process concerns or doubts that are designed to delay something. I think the work that's been done here is night and day better. I think somebody else already said that, than the work that was done around the first application. I think we have two organizations here with a depth of competency and who are themselves in the business of delivering wraparound services. And so this application, I share the optimism that this is one of the best applications I've seen in terms of the depth and capacity of those who wish to operate it. This will all come as cold comfort for some of the neighbors who are rightly very worried about this facility being across the street. Let's not pretend that this is going to be welcome. And I think Dr. Simon spoke so much truth when she said there are going to be challenges in any community, and any community with any kind of use is going to be concerned about it being next door to them. That is a reality. However, at least in this community, I think you have a number of people, and in speaking to some of the neighbors, they said, we see what's going on in Milligan's Pond. We see what's going on the streets in the west end of downtown Barrie. And if this can help, we want it to work. We don't love that the entrance is facing our house or facing the street and how close it is. And they were upset by the confusion over the address because I think they had assumed it was on the side of the building, and that could make all the difference. So I just really, I'm going to support the amendment wholeheartedly and really urge General Committee with whatever amendments or changes we might introduce here, that nothing delay this application because this life-saving service is needed in our community as soon as it can possibly open and start saving lives. So with that, I'll call the question on Councillor Irwin's amendment with the 2 additions, paragraphs 5 and 6. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. I am as well. Those opposed? 2. The amendment carries. Councillor Harvey and then Councillor McCann, you had indicated an amendment as well. Go ahead, Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to clear something up here just because I was called out a few minutes ago. My comments were not meant to be ill intent or to stigmatize anything to do with this. My comments were solely in line with the guidelines that are set out by the province when they look at these applications when it comes to sensitive uses. So I just wanted that to be totally clear. There's nothing to indicate that, and I'm not aware of any incidents at other SCSs where violence has been an issue. It's more so obviously the exposure of our young youth potentially being exposed to drug activity that they otherwise would not have been exposed to, especially at some really young, tender ages. So I just wanted to clarify my comments with that, Your Worship.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Harvey. We're currently on the main motion. Councillor McCann, did you have an amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that. I really like the train of thought that Councillor Morales was going on, and I don't think he's putting an amendment, so maybe I'll put one forward that staff look at a sublease arrangement with Mr. Sperling at Terranium for 11 Innisfil Street.
Okay, so the amendment would be to direct staff to negotiate I think you're referring to a head lease, Councillor McCann, and then the applicant would be would sublet from the city. Is that the idea?
Correct.
Okay, so that's on the floor. Members of the General Committee, Councillor McCann, did you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. I've obviously just voted not in favor of Councillor Irwin's amendment. I've got some strong opinions about the SCS. You obviously don't need my vote to move forward. I'm not sure what the province is going to look at, the ratio of votes yes and no, but that would definitely move me further down the path of voting yes next week where it really matters. No commitment on that. Just the fact that council has the ultimate power, if you want to call it, or the ultimate, will, that if we felt that this SCS was not, that this was not living up to our expectations, and it was, let me be dramatic and call it a disaster, that we'd be able to cancel that lease, have full control, and then their funding would stop. And if it's beautiful and going on great and they're saving lives, and I've got egg in my face, hey, I hope that happens, right? Then we can continue on this lease. There'll be no cost to the city except a little administration. There would be whatever Mr. Sperling would charge us, we would charge the SES, and it would just give us control. And this wouldn't stop the application process at all, unless it would, which now would be the time to tell me.
Sorry, was that a question, Councillor McCann?
In the report, staff, if this was going to slow down the process, then the time would be now to tell me, right?
Okay.
So that is my pitch.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCann. Councillor Aylwin on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Councillor McCann, for raising that, and thank you to Councillor Morales as well for raising that issue. And I actually tend to, I'm a believer in local democracy, and I think municipal government, we can be the most responsive level of government when we have to be, and because we're closest to the ground, closest to the people. So I'm a big believer in local decision making and local democracy, and I think we can accomplish the intent of what Councillor Morales and Councillor McCann have proposed with the position that we are in currently as a stakeholder when it comes to a supervised consumption site. So say we do end up in a scenario where and I really don't think this is going to happen, that we have some major concerns around a site. We've gone through a process of working with the applicants, with the police, with the community, to come up with new mitigation strategies to address those issues. And even after doing all that work to try to address these issues, we realize, okay, maybe this isn't going to work, and we need to reconsider. What I imagine we could do, and I think it would hold a lot of sway, is to put out a very clear statement to our provincial partners that we aren't happy with the way this has been operated. We've tried this, this, and this in terms of mitigation strategies, working with the applicant. That didn't work either. And we need the province to reconsider their funding approval on this application. And now the province has indicated that municipal council endorsement is something that's very important to them. That previously wasn't part of the application process under the previous provincial government. They added that. That was one of the most important things they added to the application process, was that municipal council endorsement. So they take that seriously. I think that carries a lot of weight with the provincial government. And I can foresee a situation where if we got to that point where we had to pull our support for the site, I think it would carry a lot of weight with the provincial government then as well. So I think we are in a very strong position as is, without having to add an extra layer of bureaucracy, potentially an extra layer of delay. I think we're in a strong position to make sure we can represent our constituents well, and take their concerns to the level of government who ultimately would make the funding decision if we had to. So I won't be supporting the amendment, but I do believe that we have an obligation, a responsibility to take that position in support of our community and our constituents if those types of problems do arise and we try everything and it doesn't work. So I won't be supporting it this time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Irwin. Councillor Riepma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also won't be supporting that proposal. I have every confidence in the applicants that they will do the right thing. And I am very reluctant to insert the city bureaucracy in the middle of that. I think that it's a landlord-tenant relationship, and I don't think that city should be involved in any way to get involved in that. And and I don't expect there will be, but if there are issues, first of all, we have a community neighborhood committee that the applicants are working with, and I'm sure the Ward 2 councillor is going to know all about it. And probably the rest of us are going to know all about it too. And I think that we will all work together to make this work. But I think to get in the middle of a commercial arrangement is just not in the best interest of the city or of the applicants themselves.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Riepma. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support this for a few reasons. I know Councillor Riepma just said that we don't want to be inserted in this. Unfortunately, we're inserted in this whether we like it or not, because we're having that discussion here this evening for us to endorse their application before they can move forward to the province. So no matter which way you look at it, we're a part of this either way. And it does definitely sound like a more responsible way to go. Plus two, issues were raised about the possibility that if the application takes longer than what one would anticipate, that this particular location may not be available several months down the road. And without that funding from a not-for-profit organization, whereas the city has that funding that if we had to then jump in and secure this location, we have the financial means to do it. Whereas we've heard from the applicants that they're not in the financial position to be able to do it, because especially too, when it comes to their funding, there's a lot of restrictions as to what they can and can't use that funding for. So I'll be quite honest with you, this actually helps the applicants to a degree when it comes to ensuring that this location is still available down the road when they get an answer from the province. So for those reasons, I will definitely support this.
Okay, thanks. Other comments on the amendment? Councillor Morales, then Councillor Kungl.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll start off by saying, Councillor Harvey, I've never questioned your intentions ever. So you didn't need to clarify them from me. I appreciate that you did. I always operate the fact that any member of council, if they say they really like, blue, it doesn't mean that they hate red. They really care for children. It doesn't mean they don't care about others. So that's where I'm coming from. And I know that was important to you, which is why I'm bringing it up now. Now, to move on to the points, I didn't have much to say on this. But some of the comments really muddied the waters for me on this. The comment was made that, we believe in local democracy, but yet we want to leave it up to a provincial government to potentially override this later. A government made up of over 100 MPPs that don't reside in Barrie, and the ministry that right now the Minister of Health is not from Barrie. That is it goes counter to the comment of we believe in local democracy. The other points that muddied the waters for me were potential bureaucracy. I'll remind members of council, I got reamed for saying there's potential red tape to a process to help our downtown businesses. And I was saying potential bureaucracy as a catch-all term without any specifics to maybe discredit Councillor McCann's amendment. That's concerning, again, considering we're a couple of months off from getting reamed for saying red tape. Potential delays. Again, Councillor McCann, the way I interpret it, you were saying, let me know if there's potential delays, either flat out now from one of the doctors or through staff now, or hey, we'll let you know by next week. So you put the question out there, saying potential delays, potential bureaucracies. That really muddied the waters on this for me. I also support the applicants on this file. I didn't go into much detail, but I'll say it again. Dr. GRDISA yourself, but specifically Dr. Lisa Simon, you have made this rise out of the ashes from where it was a couple of years ago to where it is now. Obviously you have teams behind you and advocates. So, you're just the front person that, doesn't mean no one else didn't do the work, but under your leadership and just the way you talk to stakeholders, the way you don't shame them, the way you engage them, and the way you brought this forward. I don't know if it'd be possible if it hadn't been with you as point guard on this. So do I trust the applicants and the people that are going to administer this and handle this? Yes, I do. So let's not frame this in the sense of if you vote in favor of Councillor McCann's amendment, it means you don't trust the health unit, CMHA, or others. This is very inaccurate framing of arguments. It just means that we would want the local council to have some sort of checks and balances that we lose the moment that we write that endorsement letter. And this actually speaks to the process of this at a provincial level. Maybe the provincial government is the one that should have a check-in every 2 years. Maybe there should be another letter of endorsement based on how operations have gone. We include these checks and balances on other operation agreements, right? So when we go into any operation agreements with other stakeholders, we don't just kind of give a blank check in that regard, but somehow, because of the way it's provincially structured, once we give this letter, we want to work well with the health unit CMHA, but there's no emergency break that city council can pull besides writing letters. So let's go back to the alternative of writing letters. How much success have we had writing letters? We have had some success. Some of the ones that Mayor Lehman has written regarding COVID-19 measures and policies have worked. But in terms of provincial and federal policy, I personally don't want to rest my rest my hopes on letter writing to a level of government that is not local, a level of government that has either 100 plus at the provincial level or 338 at the federal level, making a decision for Barrie. So I just want to I don't know where I stand on this amendment yet. I just want to clarify the discussion. If we want to keep it a local democracy, you don't send it to provincial government hoping they listen to you later. And if we're going to talk about bureaucracy or delays, let's point them out for what they are instead of using the catch-all terms. And wanting to have another level of feedback does not mean that we do not trust, respect, and admire the stakeholders behind us. That is not the proper framing of it. And I like the facts to rise up, and I will evaluate my decision based on that.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Next, I have Councillor Kungl.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment on that amendment. So I will not be supporting it. I don't see at this point that it needs to move in that direction. We've got criteria set, a plan in place. We've got capable stakeholders that are leading this and have been leading this and have not identified a need to feel more comfortable within a lease agreement and have identified a strong relationship with the landlord. So for me, I'm not sure why our conversation necessarily has moved into a lot of future circumstance or what ifs, but I'm turning it down because I don't believe it's necessary. I think council is here at any point in time to be receiving of our stakeholders and individuals around their needs and to respond at that time. So I don't believe we need to be establishing an added layer or relationship to the current situation.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Others on the amendment? Councillor Thompson.
I'll be quick, Mayor Lehman. Through you to the mover of the motion. I would seek from our legal, I don't know what the legal ramifications could be with us being the leaseholder and knowing the landlord as a successful businessman. I think if it ever got to the stage that we're speaking of, which is, you know, trying to look ahead and let's hope for the best, I would imagine that he will cancel the lease without us being involved. He's running a business with other tenants, and if it becomes detrimental to them, I could see the lease being terminated without our involvement. And to Councillor Gary Harvey's point, if that's a will of council to bridge the funding, well, council could bring a motion forward to do such without being the landlord at that time, which I'll be honest, at this point, I wouldn't be comfortable. This is a provincial funded program, and that's where I believe it should stay.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Natalie Harris.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Lehman. First, I know that Councillor Harvey loves kids. I wasn't trying to mean anything negative towards Councillor Harvey. I was actually just using his point to, on a side note, identify stigma that is happening in the public. So 100%, I know that Gary is, Councillor Harvey is very caring of all kids. So anyways, I won't be supporting this amendment as well, because I just feel like our responsibility was to have this fulsome now proposal presented to us. And we say yay or nay that we feel that the services that will be providing this service are capable and they are the experts at their job. And now that we know that the management and all of the things surrounding it is so much more clear and so much more precise, I don't think it's our role to get involved with that. I think we need to let them do their jobs. And like I said, they're the experts in this field, and that's that. I'm not going to talk too long anymore because I stumble on my words sometimes. Sorry, Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Any other comments on the amendment? I won't be supporting it. I just want to raise a couple of other points. The city doesn't regulate health facilities. It is not an area of expertise for our staff, our legal department, our facilities department, for good reason. The type of facility we're talking about here, we have the experts who are going to be taking on the lease. And I did want to raise the other issue that Councillor Harvey, yourself, and Councillor Kungle sit on the health unit board. And it is the health unit's board and CMHA's board that ultimately will keep the operating staff accountable, be receiving regular reports on the facility. And I have a great deal of faith in yourself, both of you as members of council, that you will bring those questions to the public health unit board if there are any. And I have great faith in the board itself, of both CMHA and the public health unit, to provide the oversight that seems to be the intent of this amendment. The intent of this amendment appears to be control, and that control should be exercised by the provincial government who regulate these facilities. I think we're letting the province off much too late here on the assumption that the Ministry of Health doesn't provide that oversight, and that a facility that is failing in some way would need that control of having the city in a lease position, which is a very poor way to exercise control anyway. I would have serious liability concerns around what the city is taking on. And to be frank, I would find it a little bit of false control, because can anybody look me straight in the eye and say we're going to evict that tenant? So I don't believe it is a good way to pursue control or exercise any concerns around the facility. I believe the province regulates health facilities, and that the very competent boards of both of these organizations will also provide oversight. I guess the last point I would make is, if the interest is in providing a degree of control for city council to respond to local concerns, that is exactly the point of the measures that we just passed as part of the previous amendment. So I'm going to vote against this one. And I will call the question on the amendment that's on the floor. Those in favor of the amendment on the floor, please indicate. And opposed to the amendment? Okay, the amendment fails. On the main motion as amended, further comments? Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. As I said a couple months ago when I supported Councillor McCann's desire to go fundraise money, sometimes you either got to get on board or you got to get out of the way. On this one issue, I'm getting on board in the capacity that I can. Dr. Simon, Dr. GRDISA, and now I'm going to get out of the way. And it's on you guys, not in a toxic way, but in a go do your job, go execute it, go prove any concerns wrong, and go make us proud.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Any others who wish to comment on the main motion as amended? Okay, I know we'll likely have at least a little bit more discussion at council next week if there are further matters. So I'll save any further comments till then and simply thank everybody for the discussion tonight, and particularly again to Dr. GRDISA and Dr. Simon for leading what I believe now to be a greatly improved application, and for all the work that has been done to get to this point tonight. And with that, I'll call the question on the main motion as amended. All those in favor, please indicate. Opposed? I'm in favor myself. The main motion carries. That will go to council, and I just want to confirm this because I'm sure there's going to be some interest. Ms. Cook, that will be on the agenda for next Monday night, the 31st.
Yes,
City
Mayor
Council.
Lehman, yes, yes, it will be.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you again to both of you for all of your work.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Members, pardon me?
That'll be a separate report.
Yes, that will be a separate report. Thanks, Councilor McCann. Members of General Committee, you've now been meeting almost continuously for 5 hours, more than 5 hours. Do you wish a break before we head into the budget plan and directions and the discussion of speed on Lakeshore Drive? Everyone else is nodding. Councillor McCann. Oh, no, Councillor Natalie Harris doesn't want a break. So I'm sorry, it looks like I need to take a vote on whether we're gonna have a recess. Who wants, those in favor of a recess? You might as well indicate using your signs. a 10-minute recess. And those opposed? Okay, I guess we're going to keep going. The next matter is the 2022 Business Plan and Budget Directions Report. It was held by Councillor Aylwin. Go ahead, Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Never had a committee vote on whether I could go to the washroom, but that's fine. We'll just power through. Okay, so I do have some amendments. So I will start off with the amendment that was circulated by the clerk. It's number 2 under the 2022 Budget Directions Report. We're going to start with that one. So it's to, and I'm putting the report on the floor as printed, and then have this amendment to add the following paragraph: that as part of the 2022 business plan and budget, staff in the finance department, in consultation with the appropriate departments, report back on the creation of a climate emergency levy on property tax bills to fund the actions that are required in the upcoming community energy and greenhouse gas reduction plan, including but not limited to public transit enhancement and expansion, active transportation infrastructure, and a deep energy retrofit program for all sectors.
Okay, the amendment is on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So as we know, we are in a climate emergency on this planet, and Barrie City Council did declare a climate emergency formally and has committed to doing the work to address climate change in our city and to reduce emissions. And right now, our stakeholder advisory group for the Community Energy and Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan has been working diligently to shape that plan, come up with recommended actions, and an implementation structure for that plan. That report, that final report, is coming in the fall, and it'll be coming before budget time. So by the fall, we'll have a better sense for exactly what kind of actions will be taken or recommended to be taken by that greenhouse gas reduction plan. But I'm concerned that we will have a report, which is, it's a very ambitious plan, as it has to be, because this is a problem that requires a lot of work to tackle. So I'm worried that we won't have the resources to back up the actions in this plan. We have been told by our staff that we are struggling to keep up with the service levels that our residents expect of us, and that we are kind of just keeping it at a steady state where we are delivering what we need to deliver, but new service requests are challenging at this time, and understandably so, because when we do raise taxes, it has an impact on people in our city, on homeowners in our city. But this is the greatest challenge that humanity faces, and I think we have an obligation to do everything we can to do our part to reduce emissions in the city. And I'd like to see us have a potential mechanism to fund those actions from that greenhouse gas reduction plan that comes to us in the fall, so that we can have some certainty that this isn't going to be a plan that gets bound up like a book and sits on a shelf, because our future, we just can't afford to do that. So that's what this amendment is asking for, is that we consider this fully at budget time. This isn't a commitment to doing so, but have a report from our finance department on what that could look like, similar to how we have a levy for infrastructure purposes. I think it would make sense to potentially have a levy to tackle the biggest issue of our time. So that's the intention here. Happy to answer any questions, but I'm hoping that we can consider it fully at budget time with the whole scope of the budget in front of us and all that information available at our fingertips.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Aylwin. On the amendment, Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Is it an issue? Yes. Have we taken steps to address climate change? Absolutely. And do we need to do more? You betcha. The notion that we have to kind of create a different line in the Excel sheet, I think there was an amendment from a counselor, I don't know who it was, to that in when we mail out the taxes, it's now broken down. The need to add another line, I can understand how it may be perceived to be effective, but here's why I have a problem with it. In 7 years, about 6 years that I've been on council, I have been consistently told by staff reports that the infrastructure gap that we have not been able to close is literally crumbling and increasing the speed at which our infrastructure breaks, and we can't address it. It's the classic example of if you don't fix your roof when it's a $500 fix, it turns into a $5,000 fix, which could have been prevented because it's a $500 fix. So when we are not even close to addressing our infrastructure gap, we're making dents in it, but we're not there yet. It's a little bit problematic that we create an entire different levy for climate action retrofits and initiatives. And why I'm a little bit more, why I'm comfortable voting no against this is we've made progress, whether it be charging stations or fleet conversion or the Save Atom campaign or the staffers that we have dedicated to addressing reducing consumption. And this is the one time where we actually should be depending on not only our gas tax, like the money we get from gas contributions, which usually goes to roads, but can absolutely go to climate change mitigation. But the provincial and federal level of government and having them just do more grants for making buildings more friendly, allowing residents to do retrofits and eco-fits, incentivizing developers to using air duct technologies instead of natural gas. Like the list goes on and on. But to have to add an entire different line item that might be very small or might bloat to 1%, 0.5%, whatever the number might be, it's not necessary. I think at the end of the day, whether it's this council or the next, it's the political will around the 6+ members of council, whether the money gets allocated. Obviously, there's always an opportunity cost, but I think right now at this time, in my personal opinion, is not the time to add a separate list. We can still address the issues we have. And this is now the time where, you know what, I'll be picking up the phone and calling my MP or my MPP and asking them what more programs can they do at the Ottawa level of sending money down to mitigate climate change. Putting it on the, creating a separate category on the property tax bill, it's not it for me.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. On the amendment, Councillor Kungl.
I do like the process of actually asking staff to investigate, you know, if that type of approach could help to support the protection of that type of fund and aligning it to a priority. So I'm completely open to hearing back from staff about that and any recommendations. And I think it opens the door to some good dialogue about how do we dedicate funds to strategic priorities and proactive approach, because I know I've heard from many the compliments about what is happening through that greenhouse gas emissions committee, but also a lot of questions about how are we going to make it happen, and knowing that there's some pretty progressive and really great information that there's members of the community that want to see it carried on. So thanks for bringing it forward. I'm supportive of that direction and to see what staff and finance come back with.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not going to support this for a couple of reasons. And we just saw in 2019 the federal carbon tax started. So there's already tax dollars being collected for this exact type of initiative. And I would hope that we're going to start seeing some of those tax dollars flowing down from the federal government for exactly this. And throwing another line onto a property tax bill is not the solution. We're already one of the most expensive places to try and rent a place, and this is only going to get passed on to the tenants. The landlord's not going to be eating this additional amount of money, so it's only going to make it even more expensive to rent in this city. And right now with the pandemic and everything, the timing is not right. I would like to hear some more information when it comes to the feds as to where the carbon tax is going to be going, and hopefully some of it will be flowing down to the municipalities to be able to deal with some of these local issues. Like, I mean, the flavor behind this is spot on, Councillor Elwin, but I just don't think the way that you want to propose this is the way that we want to go, nor do our residents, whether they're homeowners or renters.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Others who wish to comment? Councillor Riepman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to support this. And I just wanted to point out that this does not commit us to spending any money. It just commits us to have a look at it. And I think that it's really important to know what climate change could cost us, or what we should be spending in order to avoid it. I'm a big believer in having information before we make a decision, and I think that that's all that this recommendation does, is to say, you know, let's ask staff for some advice on this. Let's ask them to have a look at this, and we can make that decision when budget time comes around.
Thanks, Councillor Riepma. Any other comments on the amendment? Councillor Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And my big problem, my only problem with this is giving staff more work to do. And I'm curious if staff has any idea how much work would be involved in preparing this plan. I mean, it's hard to, I just don't know. First of all, maybe ask Councillor Elwin first. Does any other municipality do this?
Thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor Ward. I'm not sure, but to be clear, this isn't a plan. This is to prepare what a levy could look like to fund the plan. The work on the plan's already ongoing. There's going to be actions that they're recommending, programs that they're recommending, and this would just be looking how to fund the work that's already undergoing, and that we've committed to as a city and as a council.
Okay. I'm still curious if staff has any idea how much work this would involve. I mean, if it's 100 hours, then
Mr. Miller.
I'm worried about it.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to members of committee, I might have to pass this one off to another staff member. I'm not aware of the report that was referenced that's coming back in the fall, but that obviously would be the catalyst to pricing this out. So I see Ms. McAlpine on the screen. So
Ms. McAlpine.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. As has been noted, the report's not finalized yet at this point in time. And I think determining what are short, medium, and long-term actions and the costs associated with those would be essential before we could determine a levy and how much that the impact would be. I would remind you that in March, we provided a presentation on a stormwater levy that's required, that's being suggested to address our stormwater needs. The community energy and greenhouse gas reduction plan is probably less tangible in terms and broader in scope than stormwater, so will be significant work. And it really does come down to whether or not council is willing to either increase taxes to pay for that directly on the tax bill, or whether or not it is seeking to do that through a separate levy. It has the same net effect for the taxpayer. On the basis of what I understand at this point, how we would evaluate it, a stormwater levy, on the other hand, is on the basis of use or reduction of use of stormwater. I'm not sure how we would possibly measure across the community in any way that would be valuable for a tax bill on as it relates to community energy and greenhouse gas. And without anyone else that I'm aware of having done this, this might require some significant time.
Deputy Mayor Ward.
Yeah, and that's my worry. I mean, we received a pending list. I don't remember how many items were on it, but there were lots. Did anybody add them up? Do you know how many items were on the pending list? Does somebody have the total?
Madam Clerk.
There's probably about 150 items for discussion, at least between 150 and 200 items on that list.
And that's my worry. They've already got this huge pending list, not all finance, mind you, but I'm worried about adding to their burden.
Okay, thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Others who wish to speak on this amendment? I know there's more amendments to come to discuss. Sorry, did I see another card? Yep, Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Worship. And while I completely respect and appreciate, we do have a long pending list. You know, I look at that too and I say, you know, but what's the priority? And so we don't look at that through the lens of urgency, priority, or change of state through the course of the year. So I guess I'll reframe it to staff to say, while Councillor Keenan has identified an intention to say, you know, how do we get to a good process piece to get information to say, we did all this work from a committee approach for a plan. What is staff's best guidance around how we protect dollars, be it a levy, maybe it's around a certain proportion in the budget that we set aside and just say, you know, we're going to reserve that component out of a reserve that will, you know, look at that plan. We also need to see that plan coming back and then just say what's possible, what's low hanging fruit, what's the cost versus effort and impact, and where do we start? But for me, I guess the intention is, what is best advice about how we approach any proactive measure to indicate that we're hoping to secure funding to make sure we can move something in that plan forward?
Ms. Miller, did you want to weigh in?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. If I might, staff in the Business Performance and Environmental Sustainability Department are currently working on an update to the Climate Change Adaptation Implementation Strategy, which is kind of that action plan related to the initial strategy. And it is our intention to be bringing an update back to Council in the fall. I think we would be hard pressed to be bringing forward anything that has budget for this round of budget consideration, but certainly our intention is to give you an update on where things are at, and then take those steps towards discussions about implementation dollars for the important work of the strategy, but understanding that there are a number of things in that strategy that are not necessarily the city's mandate, and that we can't tackle and may not be your immediate priorities, but we need some time to complete that work.
So I guess I would say I'll look back to Keenan to say if there's a friendly, like, is it specific to a levy that we want to be focusing on, or is it more of a staff bringing back an intake form that support enabling the plan in some way within the 2022 budget?
Thanks for the question. Absolutely. I think, yeah, maybe the distinction of levy was a bit of a mistake, because the intention there was to be clear and upfront with the taxpayers of Barrie that, you know, you're seeing this percentage increase on your tax bill to fund these specific initiatives and to address the climate emergency. And I think that level of transparency gets some buy-in too, because people care about climate change. People want to see action on climate change. And so it's a way of communicating that to people. But really the intention below that is we need to fund the actions that are required of us by the science to avoid catastrophic climate change. And I mean, we don't really have a choice. So the money's going to have to come from somewhere, or we'll be paying a lot more if we don't take those actions and are dealing with the impacts of climate change. So however, I'm happy with whatever gets us to the point of being able to fund the actions that are required of us by the science. And that plan is based on the targets that the IPCC has set out. So those actions are the actions required of us by the science. So if we can fund them through a levy or fund them some other way, I'm happy.
Okay, Councillor Kungl, did you have anything further?
I guess if I'll take one last attempt at maybe modifying your amendment, Councillor Keenan, and also recognizing, you know, Councillor Harvey made some great points too. So is it around what funding is available? What are the gaps? And then what do we need to get us to where we want to go? And so I'm wondering if in your amendment that it simply removes the creation of a climate emergency levy on property tax bills and talks a bit about reporting back on opportunities to fund actions required of the upcoming emergency, upcoming community energy and greenhouse gas reduction. So we're actually eliminating reference to the reporting back on the creation of a climate emergency levy on property tax bills, and we're moving that formal directive.
Was that a question to me, I guess? Or
I guess it would be, unless it's changing it substantially, it would be removing it being referenced as a levy and on a property tax bill, and leaving it to staff to come back with a funding, some funding plan tied to the
I think for
greenhouse gas plan.
For clarity of discussion, I think I would prefer a formal amendment that we could vote on. And
Yeah, I was just about to say, we have a number of other matters we're not going to get to tonight, folks, so I want us to move along on this. The amendment, Councillor Kungl, I think you're suggesting is changing the words climate emergency levy on property tax bills, or the creation of, changing that to opportunities to fund the actions. So broadening it to say opportunities and not specifying a levy. Do you want to move that as an amendment?
I'll move that as an amendment.
Okay, the amendment to the amendment is on the floor. Further comments? Okay, I'll just speak in favor of this amendment to the amendment. I would not have supported the original. There's no way in the world I'm going to pass a new levy coming out of COVID and in the midst of an affordable housing crisis. Renters pay property taxes too. And while I certainly support these spending priorities, so I'm quite supportive of the amendment. You know, having worn the scars in my first term of a very expensive transit enhancement plan that didn't go all that well when we started it. Deputy Mayor Ward's laughing. I would certainly agree with further efforts on these spending priorities, but there is no way in the world I believe that we should be adding a new levy to the property tax bill, especially at this time. So, you know, the other thought I had is creating a reserve. The federal government has just doubled doubled a few months ago the federal gas tax. That is uncommitted funds, and that would be, you know, the original intention of the federal gas tax was to fund sustainable infrastructure, and certainly active transportation infrastructure, deep energy retrofits would fit perfectly with the intent of the federal gas tax, which after all is being collected for the purpose in part of mitigating climate change. So those are my thoughts. I'm going to support Councillor Kungl's amendment to the amendment. And I'll call the question on it. Those in favor of Councillor Kungl's amendment to the amendment? And opposed? Okay, that does carry. On the original amendment, which is now that staff in the Finance Department, in consultation with the appropriate departments, report back on opportunities to fund the actions required in the upcoming community energy. That is what's on the floor with the passage of the previous amendment. Any further comments on this one? Okay, I'll call the question on it. Those in favor of the amendment? I am as well. Those opposed? 3. That carries. Okay, we are back on the budget directions motion with the added paragraph now from that amendment. Councillor Aylwin, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I do have another amendment that was circulated prior to the meeting. So just pull it up here. So it is to delete A from paragraph 2, add the following as paragraphs 3 and 4 and renumber the motion paragraphs accordingly. So number 3 would read that correspondence be sent to the Barrie Police Services Board from the Treasurer requesting the provision of a 2022 budget request that is a minimum of 10% lower than the 2021 net municipal tax funding provided to Barrie Police Service in the 2021 approved budget, as well as a line-by-line accounting of their 2022 budget request. And then paragraph 4. That city staff be directed to consult with the Anti-Racism Task Force, the Affordable Housing Task Force, the County of Simcoe, as well as the broader community if feasible, and report back to General Committee as part of the 2022 business plan and budget process regarding expenditures that could enhance resiliency in marginalized communities through the reallocation of the 10% reduction in the Barrie Police Services budget as described in paragraph 3, including but not limited to potential investments in community-led alternatives to policing and the criminal justice system, anti-racism education, affordable housing, social and community services, skills training and employment counseling, and food security. And I can speak to that.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Lehman, there is going to be a request to split the police budget out of the main motion. Just wanted to bring that to your attention before we carried on with the discussion.
Yes, and at this point, are there members who want to declare? Councillor Harvey, due to the nature of the amendment, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. In order to meet my legislative requirements under Section 17 Sub 3 of the Police Services Act, I will not participate in the discussion or the vote on this matter, and I would ask that this particular amendment be separated from the remainder, so that way I can still vote on the other portion of this.
Absolutely, we'll certainly vote on these separately. And Madam Clerk, has Councillor Harvey's potential interest been recorded?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Thank you, Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I also need to declare potential interest. I've consulted with the Integrity Commissioner regarding my code obligations, including those that arise under the MCIA. Though I do not have a pecuniary interest in the matter that requires me to abstain from voting on this matter in accordance with my code obligations and upon advice of the Integrity Commissioner, I will not be participating or voting in this matter.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Natalie Harris. Madam Clerk, has Councillor Natalie Harris's potential interest been recorded?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Thank you very much. Moving on the amendment. So we have an amendment from Councillor Aylwin. It's been circulated. It is to send correspondence to the Barrie Police Services Board requesting a 10% lower budget request in 2022 compared to 2021, as well as a line-by-line accounting of the budget request, and directs city staff to consult with several bodies, as well as the broader community, to report back as part of the 2022 budget business plan process on a series of spending priorities as outlined in the amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And if some of you are feeling a sense of deja vu right now, you're right. This is the same motion that I passed a budget direction last year. And as we know, in 2020, hundreds of people engaged in the city's online suggestion platform, user voice calling on the police budget to be reduced by 10% in 2021. And as we know at budget, I did move that amendment. It did not pass, and we did increase the police budget in 2021 above what we had originally asked them to come back with. We also saw in 2020 thousands of people marching in the streets in our city and around the world in the movement for justice for Black lives. And from that movement came demands to tackle systemic racism and to improve our communities. And that movement has challenged us to really rethink what public safety and community safety really means, and how we care for people in our community. And the reality is that the vast majority of the time, the police show up after something terrible has occurred. And what this whole conversation is about shifting our resources so that instead of reacting to problems as they come up, we're working to prevent them in the first place. And the benefit of that is that not only are you creating a healthier, happier, safer, more just community, but you're also saving money in the long term because reactive services are a lot more expensive than proactive services. And I really hope we can rethink what safety truly means. And I think the pandemic has forced us to rethink that in a lot of ways as well. And safety should really mean that everyone has a safe, secure, affordable place to call home. And that's not the reality in our community right now. Safety should mean that people who are living with mental health issues can access the services that they need in a timely manner. Also something that's not accessible to the vast majority of people in our community. Safety should mean that people who use drugs aren't killed by a poison drug supply or criminalized by a broken.
Point of order, Mayor Lehman. The move of the motion is deviating from the motion or the amendment. We can have a conversation about the line by line item reporting of the reduction, but a place to live and a safe drug supply isn't addressed in the wording. And it's being respectful of the time of night.
Yeah, this is the budget directions report, Councillor Owen, so I would ask you to guide your comments back toward the budget direction that you want to provide. Thanks.
Absolutely, and that's exactly why I'm talking about an affordable place to call home. That's in paragraph 4 that would be added, affordable housing, social and community services. And so that's why I'm addressing it in my comments today, because this isn't just about cutting the police budget and walking away. That's not what the defund the police movement is about. That's not what this is about. This is about investing in our communities so that we prioritize safety and security and then don't react when issues arise because of a lack of social supports. So I'm thankful for all the community members who have spoken up about this issue over the past year and more. We need to take this action. And I hear time and again that we need to be investing in these services before we make this move. And I welcome those investments and would love to see us make that jump to invest in services. But I haven't seen that. And I think this is one way where we can accomplish our goals. We know that the police budget is the biggest line item, single line item on our budget every year. And we should look at reinvesting that in prevention rather than reactive services. So I hope that you will support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Irwin. On the amendment, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. And to Councillor Irwin's point, it is exactly the same motion, and I'm not going to go into the same conversation. With the amount of budget that's allocated to the resources of the officers, and I know the question's been asked of where you would like to see and what services the police provide. Would you be willing to go to your constituents? You have an item to reduce speed. We all know that the greatest way to reduce speed is enforcement. We can't ask officers to perform tasks and reduce them. Like, we can't say on Wednesday night the police service would be closed due to lack of staffing. So I will not be supporting this, as there has been no attempt in a year to improve the services other than the health accord, which is being funded, and the wellness plan, which is legislated by the Ontario government for every municipality to have. So I'll be very brief because I would like to finish this tonight, but I will not be supporting this, as I know the fallout that it is on our police force.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Oops, I was not on mute. Councillor Alwyn, would you consider separating your 10% reduction and asking for line by line item?
Absolutely.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm
not
on that separately for sure.
Okay. I'm not supportive of the 10% reduction just because, frankly, speeding, or the perception of speeding, or the desire that speeds get reduced, and the fact that that's where it comes from. I get the sentiment of reallocating monies towards social determinants of health and social supports, education, mental health. I get that, but at the same time, a social worker isn't going to be, using a radar gun, giving a ticket, sitting on Fairview, sitting on Grove Street, sitting on Livingston. And right after this, we're dealing with, in my opinion, an amendment that is not appropriate, about 30 kilometers an hour speed reduction. So we can't pass an amendment on one and then be asking for reduction on the others. It's just, it's illogical. So I won't be supportive of the 10% reduction request.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Others on the amendment? Councillor Riepma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In general, I'm supportive of what Councillor Aylwin is driving at. I have some concerns with it. The overall motion is asking us to approve a direction to the police of an increase in their budget of 2%. It seems to me that last year we gave the direction to go to have them an increase of 1.95%. And they came back with something around, and I forget the exact number, but it was something like 2.5%. And we approved that. What my preference would be is to say to the police board, you got more than what you asked, or what we asked you to ask for last year. And the city, we picked up the slack because we increased our taxes by 0.9%. So there's a bit of a disconnect here. So my preference would be to say to the police, we want you to keep your budget at exactly the same number as what you had last year. And we would like you to tell us if there's an issue with that and what the issue would be. And then I would like us to take that 2% that we're not increasing the police budget by and decide on this list of items that Councillor Aylwin has proposed, how we're going to spend that 2%. Because I think we need to make these things concrete. And the difficulty is that, we kind of throw numbers up in the air and say, gee, be nice to give us a report back. But it seems to me that if we said, look, we're going to take 2% out of a $50 million budget and make a list of what we're going to spend on, anti-racism, education, and affordable housing, and the list that is in the motion, then I'm very comfortable with that. Because I think we need to do those kind of things. The difficulty comes in is that when we say, well, we're going to just arbitrarily take 10% away from them, that is, I think that's disruptive. I don't think it serves us well, and it's not forward-looking. And I'd prefer to say, okay, let's put the brakes on that budget and let's take that increase that we're talking about and figuring out how we're going to spend it. And that will give us then a model for moving forward in coming years as well. So that's where my mind is at today.
Okay, before we continue, we have 2 minutes until 11 o'clock. I have checked. None of these matters, including budget directions, are time sensitive. If we wish to carry them forward, We do not need to continue to deal with any of these matters tonight. I can imagine that this debate is going to continue for some time. So it is your choice, though, members of council, if general committee, if anybody wishes to make a motion to extend the meeting tonight, I will take that motion now and then we can vote on it. Or nobody's going to move a motion to extend, and we will leave these matters on the table and adjourn the meeting. Madam Clerk, if we adjourn the meeting now, what would we do with the remaining matters on tonight's agenda?
Mayor Lehman and members of council, the remaining matters on the agenda would automatically be deferred to the next regular meeting of General Committee, which would be on June 7th.
Or Sir Robert Barry Day, as it is somewhere known. So I will just let members of General Committee know there was a fairly heavy agenda planned for the 7th. So we will be looking at how to manage all of these matters, given there's seems, I think, considerable additional discussion just with the matters remaining tonight. But leave that with the clerk and myself. If nobody is willing to move an amendment or an extension motion, then at this point, I will declare tonight adjourned. Sorry, Madam Clerk, before I do that, before we say goodbye, is there anything else on tonight's agenda that we do need to get out publicly? Do we need to deal with the circulation list tonight?
No, Marilyn, I don't believe there's anything time sensitive on the circulation list, just more information matters. So I think we're okay. We can just put the circulation list on for June 7th as well.
Okay, and I'm just checking my list of announcements. There are a few that deal with next week. I don't think there's anything for the next 3 days though. So I'm good. I think we're good. Members of General Committee, thank you for your work tonight. General Committee is adjourned and we will see some of you tomorrow. No, I guess we won't. We'll see you for Monday.